This is a copyrighted work. Unauthorized copying or distribution is a crime punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a fine of $250,000.
Scholastic Audio presents Five Nights at Freddy's, the official movie novel, adapted by Andrea Wagoner. Based on the video game series Five Nights at Freddy's by Scott Cawthon. Screen story by Scott Cawthon and Chris Lee Hill and Tyler McIntyre. Screenplay by Scott Cawthon and Seth Cuddeback and Emma Tammi. Read by Suzanne Elise Freeman. Prologue. The screw's sharp metal threads bit at Bob's fingertips, scoring deeply into the pads. Blood smeared the screw head and dripped onto the rusty gray metal vent cover Bob was laboring to remove from the wall. Bob had already freed 2 of the vent's screws. He'd tried to bend the cover back away from the wall, but the metal was too strong. He had to get a 3rd screw out so he could swing the cover out of the way. The vent was large. Big enough, Bob thought, for him to get through. It had to be. If it wasn't, well, he couldn't think about that. Come on, he muttered. The words came out in staccato gasps because Bob's heart was pounding so violently it felt like it was beating the air out of his lungs. A heavy bang sounded behind Bob. A loud bang that vibrated the table Bob was crouched under. Involuntarily, Bob raised his head, whacking it on the table as he turned to look over his shoulder. The throbbing that erupted in his skull added syncopation to his rapid-fire breathing. Bob stared at the barrier he'd built up in front of the office's metal door. Was it going to hold? Another bang. This one reverberated through the office. Bob felt the vibration course through all the bones of his body. The vibration turned into a panicked convulsion as one of the filing cabinets he'd piled on top of the desk teetered. The desk was wedged against the door, but if the cabinets fell, would the desk stay in place? The wobbling filing cabinet bumped into the desk chair that topped the pile of office furniture Bob had cobbled into a blockade. The chair toppled over and crashed onto the office's linoleum floor. The desk twitched, but it stayed in place. Ignoring the prickles between his shoulder blades as he rotated away from the door, Bob returned his concentration to the screw. The blood-slicked screw stubbornly refused to turn for a couple more seconds. Bob gritted his teeth and put all his focus on the screw head. And finally, the screw came loose. He dropped it as the vent cover swiveled on its remaining screw and swung away from the opening in the wall. Bob peered into the black shaft extending in front of him. Stuffy air wafted from the opening. Dust billowed upward. He suppressed a sneeze. Behind Bob, a fingernails on a blackboard screech preceded a deafening clang. Bob's head swiveled. The filing cabinet was no longer on top of the desk. It lay on the floor. And behind it, the desk began to move away from the doorknob. Bob sucked in his breath and looked around wildly for his flashlight. He'd set down the club-style light when he'd begun working on the screws. Where was it? Bob spotted the flashlight a few feet to his right. He lunged for it as another deafening metallic thud came from the office door. The overhead speakers hissed, and then they emitted a tinny shriek. Time to go, Bob thought. Flipping on his flashlight, Bob crawled into the narrow darkness. More thuds and thumps chased him away from the office. He scrabbled as fast as he could. In his 30s, Bob had come to terms with his nerdish looks and receding hairline. But he'd never been thrilled with his slight body. For once, though, he was grateful for his narrow shoulders. And even so, he still had to squirm and wriggle his way through the tightened enclosure of the vent shaft. In spite of the close quarters, he made quick progress. The continued caterwaul coming from the speakers and the echoing bangs and thumps that sounded like they were pursuing Bob through the inkiness impelled him through the shaft at lightning speed. In what felt like both seconds and centuries, Bob reached the end of the vent shaft that led away from the office. The passage split. Bob aimed his flashlight beam left, then right. The light revealed the same thing in both directions. Darkness and more darkness. Sweat stung Bob's eyes and dripped off his nose. The stench of his perspiration was fetid in the confined space. Bob set down his flashlight so he could wipe his face. Another scourging howl came from the building's speakers. Bob snatched up his flashlight. Without thinking anymore, he headed down the left passageway. Losing himself again in frantic crawling that defied his ability to quantify seconds or minutes, Bob clambered forward until he found himself looking at a vent cover like the one that he'd removed in the office. Bob groaned. Was he trapped? If this vent cover was screwed on as securely as the one in the office. The cacophony coming from the speakers crescendoed. The vent shaft shook as the entire building quaked. Bob hefted his flashlight and used the end of it to pound on the vent cover. To his shock and relief, the vent cover came loose. It flipped away from the shaft and slapped the wall with a crash that made Bob cringe. Even above the din that filled the building, the sound carried, which meant it easily gave away Bob's location. Bob quickly pulled himself out of the vent shaft. Every nerve ending in his body on alert, Bob stood and whirled in a circle, shining his light around him. When the flashlight beam revealed stacks of boxes, restaurant supplies, and a closed, frosted glass door, Bob let out a pent-up breath. He was in one of the pizzeria's storage rooms. And he was alone. For the moment. Bob took a step toward the door. Reaching for the knob, he hesitated. What was on the other side of the door? Although Bob could see no looming shadows beyond the murky glass, his heart rate ratcheted up a couple more notches. His chest felt contracted, like metal bands were constricting around him. Bob really did not want to open the door that stood between his current, temporary, safety and what was roaming loose beyond the door. But he couldn't stay here forever. Locking himself in the office hadn't worked. Hiding in here wouldn't either. He had to get out of the building. Bob turned the knob and threw open the door. Willing himself not to think, Bob stepped out of the storage room. Checking left and right and seeing nothing but the dimly lit hallway, Bob took off at a sprint. His rubber-soled athletic shoes slapping at the black and white checked floor, Bob reached the hallway corner in seconds. He rounded it, and his gaze locked on the glowing red exit sign above the door just 30 feet away. Pumped up by hope, Bob shot toward the door. Bob hit the door's metal crash bar at top speed. Fully expecting to catapult through the door into the sweet freedom of the night outside, Bob was shocked when his body bounced backward off the bar. He windmilled his arms and kept his balance, barely. For a few seconds, he hung on to his hope, too. He threw himself at the door. Even though Bob knew he had no bulk, he wasn't a small guy. At 5'11", he had a little heft. Surely he could bash the door open. But no, the door remained closed, like it was nailed shut. Bob tried again, and again. Finally, panting heavily, he leaned against the door. And that's when he heard it. Diddly-dum-dum, diddly-da. The sing-song voice echoed through the building as it came toward Bob. Its playful tone was like a spider crawling up Bob's spine. Goosebumps erupting on his bare arms, Bob turned and looked down the long hallway behind him. As soon as he did, the corridor's lights went out. What little illumination there'd been turned to utter blackness. Dum-da-dum-dum. The mocking tones came closer. Bob lost it. Turning, he pounded on the exit door. "Help! Someone! Help me!" Bob screamed so loudly that the words abraded his throat like a metal file scouring at his vocal cords. In spite of his cries, though, Bob easily heard the pounding footsteps that rushed up behind him. Going rigid, his whole body immobilized by his brain's inability to accept what was happening, Bob waited for the inevitable attack that would... Clinging to a tenuous thread of awareness, Bob's brain attempted to process all the stimuli that were bombarding his senses. His eyes registered fluorescent lights, at once scathingly bright and then terrifyingly dark. His feet relayed burning pressure, vice-like clamping across the arches. His spine communicated jarring and bumping, cracking into a seemingly endless rock-hard expanse. His forehead felt warm with thick moisture. It ran into his ears. Bob blinked as his brain worked to make sense of all these bodily reports. He attempted to move. As soon as Bob tried to get his body to follow his command, his brain reached a conclusion about his situation. Bob lifted his head and looked down the length of his prone body. He was being dragged down the hallway by his feet. Looking into the on and off shadows, Bob couldn't see what had hold of him. But he didn't need to see it. He knew what it was. Corkscrewing his spine in an attempt to get away, Bob's head slammed against the floor beneath him. He felt his hip knock against something sharp and realized he was being dragged around a corner. Stiffening, his stomach flip-flopped with the realization of where he was. The gray scale of intermittent light was abruptly replaced by a swirling kaleidoscope of color. Red and yellow and purple and blue floodlights streamed swaths of radiance across Bob's field of vision. As his fingers flexed, in his attempt to grab at something, anything, to stop his progress toward wherever he was being dragged, Bob recognized the detritus of long-forgotten fun. His hand grazed over a party hat. His thigh rubbed up against a table leg. Bob was tugged hard, and his body twisted. As it did, Bob's gaze landed on a wall covered with children's drawings. The yellowed, curling paper covered in crayon-rendered stick figures ruffled in an air current as Bob was heaved past the wall. Bob had looked at that wall long and hard just a few hours earlier, well before he'd realized the danger that he was in. The wall had given him the creeps, serious creeps. One drawing in particular, one that was noticeably larger than the others, had captured his attention. This drawing, hung as if it was the central masterpiece of an exhibit, depicted a large yellow rabbit standing hand in hand with 5 happy children. In spite of the gaiety suggested by the cheerful scene, the image had troubled Bob. As Bob caught a glimpse of the rabbit drawing now, he felt bile rise in the back of his throat. He tried to scissor his legs to free himself from his captor. The motion did nothing but amp up the pressure around his feet. Bob was yanked hard. His head smacked against the wall as he went around yet another corner. For a few seconds, he thought he heard the undulating, distant sound of laughing children. Then the hint of cognizance that had surfaced to make him aware of his surroundings once again sank beneath a layer of cobwebbed dullness. Bob, coward that he felt he was, welcomed the muffled understanding. Unwilling to face the truth of what was happening, and what was about to happen, he slipped into a dreamlike state that eased the hard edges of his predicament. He let himself float in and out of reality until, suddenly, his body was whipped from the floor and thrown. When Bob's back smacked into cold metal, his mind was jarred into full alertness. His gaze immediately scanned his surroundings as he took in the pinching, pressing steel wrapping itself around his back, buttocks, and thighs. Bob cried out and attempted to leap from the metal chair he knew he was in. Before his muscles could lift him upward, a green luminosity shone from a button on the side of the chair, and metal restraints snapped into place around his wrists. A thick leather strap snugged tightly around his chest. Bob writhed, but he knew he was wasting his energy. The parts and service room, Bob thought. Of all the eerie rooms in the pizzeria that he'd been hired to guard, this was the room that had freaked him out the most when he'd first seen it. Its walls were lined with metal shelving that surrounded multiple stainless steel work tables and industrial-looking metal recliners that in no way conjured feelings of relaxation. The parts and service room was stuffed full of tools, wires, fasteners, and various disembodied robotic endoskeletons. Metal feet and arms and hands and legs and elbows and shoulders were tangled on the shelves and strewn across the work tables. When Bob had first seen the room, he'd felt like he was standing in a robotic torture chamber. He had quickly backed out and slammed the door closed. Once again, Bob thrashed in the chair. Using all of the strength he could muster, he tried to free himself. The chair held on to him, and then it snapped backward, stretching him flat. As soon as Bob was supine, a massive, furry brown bear mask loomed over his face. Bob screamed. As Bob's pointless bawling filled the room, the bear mask opened up. The two halves of the bear face peeled back like the wings of a beetle, expanding outward. As the fur parted, spinning robotic mechanisms filled Bob's vision. Razor-sharp and in constant motion, the inside of the bear mask was a blur of clicking, clanking, knife-like protrusions and pincers. Every edge of exposed metal was a small, lethal weapon that would easily pierce human skin. Bob began fighting like an animal caught in a metal-toothed trap. He whipped his head from side to side. He bucked his torso. He kicked his legs. At first, Bob felt like his efforts were futile, but then he felt one of the armrests begin to wiggle. Straining to crane his neck, Bob looked at his wrist. He couldn't see what was loosening, but something was. Maybe a bolt was coming free. The despair that had been clutching at Bob since he'd hit the metal chair relaxed its grip. Just a little. Bob let himself start to think he might be able to escape. The mask's first cutting assault slashed into Bob's jaw. Overcome by the stabs and slices that ripped at his forehead and cheeks and jabbed into his eyes and mouth, Bob realized escape was impossible. So was survival. Chapter 1. Mike squinted in annoyance as the sun's insistent rays speared through the glass of the vaulted ceiling in the mall's food court and jabbed him in the eye. Scooting his yellow plastic chair a couple inches to the left, Mike ducked when a foam dart shot toward his head. He managed to avoid the spongy projectile, as he wished he was anywhere but where he was. Rubbing his face, Mike blinked dry, scratchy eyes. His head felt so heavy that he wasn't sure his neck and shoulders had the strength to hold it up. Man, he was tired. He was so tired. What I need is a vacation, Mike thought, as he idly built a little tent on the table in front of him, using his napkins and paper cup. The notion of an actual vacation elicited an audible snort from Mike, and he brought down a fist on his napkin cup construction. As if. Vacations were for people with lives. People with money. Mike had neither. If not a vacation, Mike would have settled for a little peace and quiet. But he wasn't going to get that either. Certainly not here. Mall security guards were only given 20 minutes for their lunch break. So Mike and his coworkers had only two choices for where they spent their compressed rest time. They could either hold up in the guards' dingy break room, which stank of pickles and bleach, not a good combination, Or they could come to the food court. Usually the food court was preferable, but today Mike wasn't so sure it had been the best choice. A kid was having a birthday party, and screaming munchkins were running amok. Some moron had given the birthday boy foam dart guns as a gift, and the food court had turned into a chaotic battle zone of inept and giggling assaults. In and around the pint-sized revelers, mall shoppers plowed through a variety of fast food. The aromas that surrounded Mike were another battle, an international one. Italian sauces warred with Mexican salsas, which sparred with the smells of fried egg rolls and sizzling burgers. Mike's nostrils were inundated with a jangling mix of curry and ginger and oregano and cayenne and dill. Mike balled up the paper wrapper from the refried bean burrito he'd just eaten without tasting. Now that it was in his stomach, he belatedly realized the hot sauce on the burrito had been a little too hot. An inferno began to burn in his solar plexus. Mike shot the balled-up burrito wrapper into a nearby trash can. Dozens of the large steel mesh receptacles were interspersed among the rows of small square tables dotting the expanse of the mall's food court dining area. Mike's paper ball hit the back rim of the can and then dropped in with the rest of the food wrappers, napkins, and paper cups. Score, Mike thought inanely. Too bad he wasn't tall. For a few seconds, Mike blocked out the screaming children and imagined being someone much different than who he was. At 25 years old, Mike was okay with his age. He was cool with his looks, too. He was 5'6" and in pretty good shape, even though he didn't have time to work out too much. He didn't think his dark brown hair, hazel eyes, and regular features were particularly handsome, but they weren't ugly either. On one of the rare dates that he'd had in high school, a girl had told him his eyes were intense because of his pronounced brow ridge. She'd also said he had a chiseled jaw. He thought she read too many romance novels. For sure, she'd expected a lot more chivalry from him than he'd been capable of. She hadn't wanted a second date. Now he couldn't even remember the girl's name. Now, it wasn't Mike's appearance that was the problem. It was his circumstances. Or maybe it was him. Most of the time, Mike told himself that his life sucked because tragedy had robbed him of a normal childhood and was robbing him of adulthood. But the truth was that the tragedy wasn't the real problem. The problem had come before the tragedy. Mike was the problem. If only he'd been someone different back then. What would life be like if Mike had been the kind of guy that girls wanted to date in high school? What would he be doing now if he'd gotten to go to college? He wasn't tall, but he was quick. Maybe he could have played basketball or baseball. Or maybe he could have taken woodshop and stayed after school to work on projects. He'd always liked building stuff. He could have done a lot of things. If he hadn't had to stay home and... Listen to this. Mike blinked and looked across the table. He frowned. He'd forgotten Jeremiah was there, and that took some doing. Jeremiah wasn't a fade-into-the-background kind of guy. He was an African-American, linebacker-sized man with a heft that testified to his love of burgers and copious consumption of sodas. Whereas Mike's dark blue, mall-guard polyester shirt and matching pants hung loosely on his lanky body, Jeremiah's huge shoulders and large belly stretched the seams of his uniform. Jeremiah was an okay guy. He didn't get on Mike's nerves the way most of the other guards, and people in general, did. Jeremiah took a loud slurp of cola from the massive paper cup sitting on the blue plastic table in front of him. He waved the paperback book that he held. Jeremiah cleared his throat and read aloud. And though the dreamer remains asleep, he walks through memory as if experiencing it for the first time, anew. No longer a passenger, but an active participant. Jeremiah frowned. Why is active participant in all caps? Is it like a title or something? Like achieving the level of Grand Lord in a video game? Mike figured Jeremiah's question was rhetorical, so he didn't answer it. Jeremiah closed the book and looked at its light blue cover. Over the abstract image of a closed eye, the book's title, Dream Theory, stretched diagonally, in a wavering font as if the words themselves were falling asleep. Jeremiah waved the book again. Is this stuff for real? He asked, raising an eyebrow at Mike. Mike shrugged. Some people think so. Guess it depends on what you believe. Jeremiah nodded. He dropped his lids to half-mast over his round brown eyes as he gazed past Mike's shoulder. Mike could tell Jeremiah wasn't watching the foam dart gun fight. Jeremiah was lost in his thoughts. After a few seconds, Jeremiah sighed. Summer of '82, I traded a mint-condition Cal Ripken Jr. rookie card for a used copy of Missile Command. That card's probably worth $800 now. I'd like to participate in that memory. Actively kick myself in the ass for such a stupid decision. He let out a bark of laughter. Then he settled down and tapped the book. Can I keep this? Mike reached out and snatched the book from Jeremiah's hand. No. Jeremiah's lips drooped. For a second, he looked like a downtrodden, oversized puppy. Sorry, Mike said. I'm not done with it. Jeremiah's usual happy-go-lucky smile returned. No problem. Feeling bad for snapping at Jeremiah, Mike said, I think we have time for a shake. Want one? My treat. Jeremiah lit up. Really? Yeah. Thanks, dude. Sure. Mike stood and made his way over to the chrome and bright red laminate counter of the food court's dairy freeze. A woman who was wearing too much flowery perfume was at the counter, and as soon as Mike heard what she was saying, he started regretting his offer to buy Jeremiah a shake. I want a 3-scoop sundae, the woman said in a strange accent that was half Southern drawl and half upper-crust British. But instead of 3 full scoops of 3 flavors, I want half scoops of 6 flavors. I want rum raisin, banana nut, pecan fudge, strawberry cheesecake, lemon sherbet, and licorice. On top of the rum raisin, I want strawberry syrup. On the peanut butter chocolate, I want marshmallow topping. On the... Mike shifted his feet. He took a long, deep breath and turned away, attempting to shut out the sound of the woman's interminable order. She'd moved on from toppings and was describing how she wanted the ice cream arranged in the bowl. Although the birthday party had ended, kids were still playing among the tables in the food court. Some of the kids, a group of 5, were pretending to be cops and robbers at the edge of the tables. Near the food court's central feature, a decorative fountain shaped like a big drink cup with a straw sticking up from the middle. Water spewed from the straw and was caught in multicolored lights that sprayed out from the rim of the cup. The fountain was a little cheesy, but Mike kind of liked it. Hands up! One of the little kids near the fountain shouted. The sound came from a purple-haired girl. She had her hands fisted around a pretend gun. A black-haired boy was caught in her sights. He threw his arms up. Book 'em! The girl ordered another boy, a freckled kid with spiky hair. He marched over to the black-haired boy and pretended to put handcuffs on him. Mike smiled. The things kids got from watching TV. The freckled kid started leading the handcuffed kid away, taking him to... Mike's smile abruptly disappeared. Just beyond the pretend cop and the pretend criminal, a small boy, maybe 6 years old, was pressed up against the half wall at the edge of the food court. The top of the half wall was filled with plants, some of which drooped over the wall. The boy, his blonde curly hair a tangle that flopped into his eyes, huddled under the fronds of some kind of fern. His brows bunched, his mouth compressed, his gaze darting left and right, his frail arms wrapped tightly around a plush penguin. The boy was a picture of fear. Mike frowned. Why did the boy look so scared? Was he in trouble? "Chocolate peanut butter twist?" a lively female voice asked. Mike registered the voice, but kept his attention on the little boy. Until someone gently poked his shoulder. Mike turned toward the poke. A smiling gray-haired woman pointed at the dairy freeze counter. "I believe you're next," she said. Her voice was warm and kind, and it briefly brought back a memory of, "You want your usual, right?" This time, Mike turned toward the voice. "Hey, Cindy," he said. "Sorry." Cindy flashed her wide smile at Mike. A pretty college student who worked at the dairy freeze to pay for classes, majoring in economics, so she'd told Mike even though he'd expressed no interest in her personal life. Cindy was friendly with everyone. According to Jeremiah, however, Cindy paid particular attention to Mike. Mike hadn't noticed. Mike frowned, his thoughts on the scared little boy. Was the kid lost? Why was he alone? "Your usual?" Cindy repeated. "Huh?" Mike focused on Cindy. Her long brown hair was in braids today. Cindy hovered her ice cream scoop over a tub of chocolate peanut butter twist. "Yeah," Mike said. "Sure." He might as well get himself something now that he was here. "And a chocolate shake for Jeremiah." "Got it." Mike turned away from Cindy and looked past the little girls, whose dance had degenerated into a giggle fest. He took a step to his right so he could see the area by the half-wall's planter. He spotted the fern, but the boy was gone. Mike quickly scanned the area. Aware that his breath was quickening, Mike could feel a rushing sound in his ears. He recognized that sound. It was the sound of panic. "So, when are you going to bring Abby by?" Cindy asked. Mike heard Cindy, but he didn't acknowledge her. He was still desperately trying to spy the little boy. "We got a new flavor," Cindy continued. "Rainbow Explosion. I bet she'll go bonkers for it." Mike stepped away from the dairy freeze counter. Dodging a couple of roughhousing preteen boys, Mike strode past a row of tables. "Mike?" Cindy's call-out chased Mike as he broke into a half-trot, heading toward where he'd last seen the boy. Mike's gaze was a laser probe of fixation. It ignored everything Mike saw except for... There. Mike spotted the boy. He was about 40 feet away. No longer by the half-wall planter, the boy was heading toward the fountain. The boy mostly had his back to Mike now, but Mike recognized the floppy blonde curls, and he saw a penguin flipper sticking out from under the boy's bony elbow. The boy was stumbling awkwardly through the food court, heading toward the mall's main concourse. And he was no longer alone. As Mike jogged closer to the boy, he saw that a tall, dirty blonde man had his hand clamped around one of the boy's wrists. The man was pulling the boy along, wrenching him into a pace that was obviously far too fast for such a little kid. "Hey!" Mike yelled. Mike broke into a run. Shoving through a young couple holding hands, Mike kicked chairs aside and pushed past anyone who got in his way. Only peripherally aware of heads turning toward him and a few annoyed grunts and angry protests, Mike sprinted through the food court. Because the man was hindered by the awkwardly floundering little boy, Mike quickly closed the gap between him and the man. "Hey, you!" Mike shouted. "Stop!" Like most of the people around Mike, the man started to turn toward Mike. Mike briefly registered the man's raised eyebrows before launching himself through the last 3 feet of space between him and the jerk who was trying to take the kid. As Mike shot toward the man, Mike pulled back his arm, clenching his fist. He aimed a swift jab at the man's nose. Mike heard a cracking pop as he felt cartilage give way beneath his knuckles. At the same time, Mike's momentum resulted in a tumbling collision with the man. Together, they spilled into the base of the water fountain. When Mike hit the water, he lost his ability to logically process what he was doing. Something primitive in him took over. Something that turned his arms into churning pistons that kept driving toward the man's face. When the man fought back, landing a glancing blow along Mike's jaw and angling a knee into Mike's belly, Mike's rage revved into overdrive. He threw himself onto the man, flinging both of them down into the water. Whether a result of the man's retaliation or Mike's out-of-control fury, Mike bit his lip. He tasted blood. Mike felt blood on his knuckles, too. The warmth was a contrast to the fountain's ice-cold water. Out of the corner of his eye, Mike saw red filaments swirling in the clear fountain water. The red triggered a memory, and the memory turned Mike's thoughts dark. So dark that it felt like he was falling into a black void. Chapter 2. Shrill beeping pierced through drifting, filmy clouds. Mike opened his eyes and groaned. For a couple seconds, he managed to cling to the sensation of buoyancy left over from his sleep. But the beeping continued, piercing and insistent. Mike flung out his left hand and slapped it toward what he thought was the top of the cheap plastic digital alarm clock that sat next to the battered metal desk lamp on his rickety nightstand. Instead of hitting the alarm, Mike's hand landed on the cassette player near the lamp. He felt his fingers brush against a paperback book, and then he heard the book swish off the nightstand and hit the thin carpet on his hardwood floor with a soft thud. Mike pulled his hand back. His fingers, in full-on early-morning klutz mode, once again bumped something. This time, it was the plastic bottle of Mike's pills. Mike heard the bottle tippity-tap down the side of the nightstand and land on the carpet with a shushing sound. He cringed, hoping he'd remembered to put the cap on tight. Mike started to sit up, but the motion sent what felt like a jagged shard of glass through his temporal lobe. Mike clutched at his head. The glass shards started moving around in his skull. The alarm's continued screechy beep seemed to drive the shard even deeper into his brain. Mike squinted toward his nightstand and once again attempted to turn off the alarm. This time, his palm hit its target. The infernal noise stopped. Mike groaned again and rubbed his temples. Sighing, he swung his legs out of bed and reached for the glass next to the cassette player. At least he'd managed not to knock that over. The glass was still half full of water. Mike guzzled it and set the glass back down. Mike's bare feet shifted, and his right one encountered his prescription pill bottle. Wincing as he bent over, because the motion intensified his headache, Mike picked up the dark amber plastic container. Thankfully, he had put the cap on the bottle. The little white prescribed pills, a couple dozen of them, were still safely inside. Mike stuffed the pill bottle under his mattress, just a few inches from the edge. Then he leaned over again, gritting his teeth against the increased jabbing in his head. He picked up his Dream Theory paperback. Setting the book next to the cassette player, Mike hit the rewind button on the machine. Once the cassette tape started its whispery whir of motion, Mike managed to calmly inhale. Finally, his morning routine was starting to fall into place. Usually, Mike's first motions after waking up were rote. Hit the alarm, hide the pills, rewind the tape. This morning, the unusually high pain level of his headache had turned Mike's routine into a one-stooge show. The tape's smooth rewind settled him back into a sense of normalcy. "Okay," Mike said. He stroked his hands through his hair. Standing, Mike took a couple steps away from his bed and planted his feet at the edge of his threadbare, pale blue and gray rag rug. He stretched his arms overhead and willed himself to ignore his headache. Mike dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. Not counting, Mike lowered and lifted himself over and over and over. Beneath Mike's palms, the carpet felt scratchy and dirty. Vaguely, he tried to remember when he'd last vacuumed his room. Lifting his head as he pumped his body up and down, Mike took in the familiar sparsity of his space. The nearly empty room, it held only his narrow bed and the small nightstand, was nothing but a bare cell, a cell that kept Mike separate from the world. Even his one window, which might have reminded him that a reality existed beyond his own suffering, was covered by heavy blackout curtains. Dropping his head again, Mike continued to pound out his push-ups. The routine, though painful, comforted him, as did his prison-like surroundings. A few more minutes of this punishment, and he might be able to face his day. Abby bent over her drawing pad and concentrated on getting the image just right. Tucking her tongue between her teeth, she dragged her pencil across the page in a long, curved line. Pulling back, she frowned. Did that look all right? Not sure, Abby lifted her gaze. She looked out through the opening in the hidey tent that surrounded her. Constructed from blankets held into place by her white-painted nightstand, her matching small desk, and one edge of her squat bureau, also white but not matching. Abby's tent snugged up to her bed, a bed she didn't like nearly as much as she liked the cozy confines of the hidey tent. With 2 fluffy pillows on its floor and another blanket scrunched up around the pillows, the inside of Abby's hidey tent was like a little nest that made Abby feel like a safe and cared-for baby bird. The pillows and the blankets smelled like the detergent they were washed in. Abby had seen the detergent box. It was labeled rain-scented. Abby didn't think the detergent smelled like rain, but it didn't smell bad. It was kind of sweet and fruity. That meant that the inside of Abby's tent was sweet and fruity, too. Abby liked it in her hidey tent. She could handle almost anything when she was tucked inside of it. Take, for instance, the grunting coming from her brother's room. Mike was doing push-ups again, and Abby wished she didn't have to listen to him. He clearly didn't like doing them. Abby could tell that from all the moans and groans. When Mike did the push-ups, Abby felt bad, as if something hard was poking her in the belly. She didn't like feeling like that. Although inside Abby's hidey tent it was cool and dim, a fat ray of sun was sweeping past the tent's opening. The sun ray landed on the wall opposite the tent. Many of Abby's completed drawings covered that wall. Abby used the drawings as nudges to help her draw better. Although most of the things in the drawings were stick figures, some of them were more real-looking. Abby was getting better at drawing. That made her feel good. Not a lot made Abby feel good. Forever and ever, Abby had felt like she didn't really know how to be. No one seemed to want her around much. Not her brother, not her babysitter, Max, not the kids at school or the ones at the development center. Well, no one wasn't quite right. Dr. Lillian seemed to like having Abby around. Dr. Lillian was the one who got Abby all the cool, colored drawing pencils she used now. Dr. Lillian said Abby was talented beyond 10 years old. That meant Abby drew better than other kids her age. Drawing made Abby feel special. So did the things she drew. Drawing was Abby's way into a world that she liked being in. It was a world where she was wanted. A sharp knock sounded on Abby's flimsy wood door. Abby put aside her drawing pad and pulled closed the 2 sections of blanket that formed the opening of her tent. She picked up Dolph, her plush dolphin. Through the narrow crack between the blankets, she looked toward the scarred, pale brown surface of her door. She wished her door was big and thick and had latches on it, kind of like a castle door. "Abby!" Mike called out from the other side of Abby's not castle door. Abby didn't answer her brother. "Are you ready, Abs?" "My name's not Abs," Abby whispered. "My name's Abby, and I'm not here." Abby's not thick and not locked door opened. Mike stuck his head into Abby's private space. He looked toward Abby's bed, then shifted his gaze to the crack in the blankets that Abby peered through. Abby clearly heard her brother's loud sigh. Abby stared at Mike's feet as they headed toward her hidey tent. Her brother wore a pair of black dress socks. They were faded and stretched out, so they kind of crumpled around his ankles, and both socks were full of holes. His left big toe stuck out through the largest of the ragged openings. The sock-covered feet stopped really close to the front of Abby's hidey tent. The feet, or maybe it was Mike himself, smelled sweaty. Abby wrinkled her nose and put her face into Dolph's soft fur. Dolph wasn't as clean as the blankets in Abby's hidey tent, so he didn't smell sweet and fruity. But he didn't smell bad. He smelled kind of like Abby. And Abby smelled like lemons because her shampoo smelled like lemons. "Abby," Mike said, "I know you're awake." Abby squeezed her eyes shut. She heard whispery movement, and she felt the blanket flaps of her hidey tent separate. Mike let out another long, loud sigh. "Abby!" As Abby kept her eyes closed, Dolph pressed against her face. She didn't move. A scrape. A fluttering sound. Abby felt air whisk over her bare arms. She opened her eyes. Mike was shaking one of the chairs that held part of her hidey tent in place. Okay, Abby yelled. Mike's head poked through the hidey tent's flaps. His hair stuck up all weird. She thought it looked stupid that way, but he might have done it on purpose. Some of the boys at school had their hair like that. Abby thought about her own hair. It probably looked stupid at the moment, too. Her hair always went all over the place when she slept, and it was thick and fine like her brother's, so it tangled easily. Abby glared at Mike. "You're being a jerk," Abby said. Mike rolled his eyes. When Mike rolled his eyes, Abby sometimes felt like she was looking at her own eyes in someone else's head. Abby's and Mike's eyes were a lot alike, even though his were a lighter brown than hers. They called his hazel. Their eyes sloped down at the outside edge, like they were a little sad all the time. That made sense, actually. Besides their eyes and the black, thick, slightly wavy hair they both had, Abby didn't think she and Mike looked much alike. Mike's face was kind of hard, like his skin was stretched over metal or wood. Abby's face was softer and rounder. Mike jostled the hidey tent again. "Come on, Abby. I have somewhere to be. You know that." Abby mimicked Mike's sigh. "It's not my fault you lost your job at the mall." Abby sighed a second time. She knew that getting ice cream from the dairy freeze was not something that was going to happen much anymore, if ever. Mike had gotten a discount from the food court when he'd worked there. No more discount. No more ice cream. "You're right about that," Mike said. Abby knew he was talking about the job, not the ice cream she was thinking of. "But if I'm late, that will be your fault." Mike lightly kicked the side of the blanket tent. 5 minutes. I want you dressed." Abby stuck her tongue out at Mike. He copied her. She thought their tongues might have looked a little alike, but his was bigger. Mike turned to leave the room. Abby looked at Dolph and raised an eyebrow at him. The dolphin seemed to go along with her idea, so she threw him through the opening of the hidey tent. Dolph arced through the air and plowed his blunt nose into the middle of Mike's back. As Dolph dropped to the yellow and green braided rug that covered Abby's wood floor, Mike turned around. Abby looked at Mike's feet. "Nice socks," she said. "You're one to talk," Mike said. He turned and left her room. Abby crawled out of her tent and scooted forward to rescue Dolph. She scrambled upright and looked down at her own feet. She wore one red and white striped sock and one yellow polka-dotted sock. Abby shrugged and hugged Dolph close. He didn't seem to care about her mismatched socks. Mike glanced up at the gray clouds that hung so low it felt like they were pressing him down into the cracked concrete walkway that led up to the sad, rectangular brick building he didn't want to go into. The building, whose simple, downtrodden architecture shouted underfunded government office, looked like it could barely hold its own under the overbearing stratus clouds. Mike hated stratus clouds. They were always iron-like and depressing, and they were spineless, all show and no substance. Stratus clouds made the sky dark and threatening, but they actually held very little precipitation. Mike had learned that in science class, and for some reason, he remembered it. Maybe that was because he felt a little like a stratus cloud himself. Mike hesitated at the base of the shallow steps leading into the building in front of him. How many times had he been in this miserable place? He'd lost count. Mike kicked loose a piece of crumbling concrete from one of the steps. He found the crunching sound satisfying. Squaring his shoulders, Mike slogged up the steps and went into the building. The interior of the building that housed the city's social services offices was even uglier than the exterior. With dirty cream walls, an industrial-grade, faded brown carpet, the lobby and main hall weren't much more attractive than a sewer. Not that Mike had ever been in a sewer. This place was close enough. Shuffling forward, Mike plucked a number from a scarred, black number dispenser near the counter at the far side of the lobby. He looked at the little piece of paper in his hand. Number 27. He looked up at the dimly lit number display on the wall. The number 11 flickered anemically under the fluorescent lights that cast a harsh glare over everything. Great, Mike muttered. Mike dragged his feet across the nubby carpet as he headed toward a line of molded plastic chairs along the left wall of the lobby. The other 26 people who held paper numbers, along with their spouses or children or friends, Mike had none of the above, crowded the relatively small area. However, an end chair was open. Mike headed toward it and took a seat. As soon as he sat, he used his butt to scooch the chair away from its neighbor. The middle-aged woman who sat on the adjacent chair was large, and her sweatpants-encased thighs encroached into Mike's space. Mike felt the woman's gaze on him as he repositioned the chair. He heard her huff, but he didn't glance up. Looking into the eyes of the other people waiting to see a social worker was never a good idea. You could get swallowed by a mire of life-sucking depression if you made eye contact with the other people in this building. Everyone here was in one crummy situation or another. Dealing with his own baggage was hard enough. Mike didn't need to get a glimpse of anyone else's. Even though Mike didn't see the others in the room, he could sense them. Their presence felt like the bars of a cell. Mike could smell and hear the people around him, too. The waiting area was filled with sounds: nervously shuffling feet, sniffles, coughs, throat clearing, a couple weak sobs, and murmuring voices. Even though Mike didn't want to hear about other people's problems, some snippets of conversation got past his intention to mind his own business. "So I say to him," one whining female voice related, "I say, you can't just do that to another person. Where are we supposed to go when you throw us out?" A deep male voice on the other side of the room boomed, loudly enough to be heard outside the building. "Man can't put food on the table with the peanuts they try to pay." Mike mentally plugged his ears and stared at his feet. Tuning out his surroundings, Mike disappeared into his favorite game. What would I be doing if I was... Mike liked to play out all sorts of imaginary scenarios when he indulged in this game. Sometimes he was a reporter or a travel photographer. Sometimes he was a scientist or a doctor or a judge. Most often, Mike was a contractor, the head honcho in charge of building big houses or interesting office buildings, not buildings like this one. Never, ever was Mike a security guard or a janitor or a mail clerk or an unemployed loser looking for whatever work he could find. Mike knew that playing this kind of make-believe game was something he should have outgrown years ago, but letting himself imagine a life different than the one he lived was what allowed him to get up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other. When Mike dropped into being pretend Mike instead of real Mike, he could work with a clean slate. He could stow all the baggage, all the disappointment, all the guilt. And if he couldn't put that away from time to time, the weight of it probably would have driven him up the wall by now. Or killed him. Mike wasn't sure which would have been worse. "Number 27? Mike looked up. Already? A 40-something woman with a tight perm and eyes that looked like they'd seen little more than an hour or two of sleep per night for years looked around the room. Mike lifted a hand and got her attention. The woman tugged on the hem of her wrinkled orange blouse. The blouse clashed, Mike thought, with the woman's rust-colored skirt. The skirt hung crooked on the woman's skinny hips. The skirt was 2 inches above the woman's right knee and an inch below the left. "Number 27? The woman called out to Mike. Mike nodded. "Follow me," the woman said. Mike stood. Chapter 3. The tall, slender man who leaned back casually in a cracked, black vinyl office chair had the manner of someone presiding over an executive boardroom. In fact, the man presided over nothing but a cheap, wood veneer-topped desk in a closet-sized, windowless office. An even cheaper acrylic nameplate at the front of the desk announced that the man's name was Steve Raglan. Under Steve Raglan, the nameplate revealed that the man was a career counselor. Given Raglan's smug expression that clearly telegraphed his inflated self-opinion, Mike was sure the guy thought he was the best career counselor on the planet. Or maybe just the best person on the planet. Mike really wanted to punch the guy. 50-ish, with graying dark hair, Raglan studied Mike with narrowed eyes magnified and contorted by thick, round, black-rimmed glasses. The eyewear dominated a thinnish face topped by a high forehead. Raglan flashed Mike a grin. The grin was toothy and looked more like a grimace than a smile. "So, Mr. Schmidt," Raglan said, "what's your deal?" Raglan's gaze ran up and down the length of Mike, as if Raglan was sizing up a cow before its trip to the slaughterhouse. Raglan continued to recline in his chair. One of his large feet was propped against the ugly, scarred desk. The foot waggled as if Raglan was keeping time with a tune that only he could hear. "Well, Mike?" Raglan asked. "Mind if I call you Mike?" Mike shrugged. He didn't care what this guy called him. He didn't care what the guy had to say, either. Anything Raglan said would be annoying. The man had a grating voice, alternately raspy and nasally, then smooth and sing-song. It was as if Raglan couldn't figure out who he was or what he wanted to sound like. But whatever. Mike didn't care about why Raglan sounded the way he did. All Mike wanted to do was get this meeting over with. "So, what are you, Mike?" Raglan asked. "Some kind of head case?" Raglan used his waggling foot to push off the desk. He straightened his chair and leaned forward, propping his elbows on the beige felt blotter that held a single manila file folder and red coffee mug, which appeared to be empty. The folder was the only one on Raglan's desk. Other than an old landline phone and an empty metal mesh inbox, the desk looked like it was never needed for any actual work. "Dr. Jekyll and Mr. I Like to Beat Up Dads," Raglan said. Is that who you are?" Mike stared at Raglan. Not only was the man saying nothing he had expected to hear, there was something off about him. Mike's nose twitched. Maybe it was the guy's odor. Mike couldn't place it. It wasn't sweat or anything like that. It wasn't cologne or food. It was something musky. Something that made Mike think of the damp basement in his childhood home. He'd never liked going down into that basement. He didn't like Raglan either. Raglan didn't seem to care that Mike remained mute. "You attack a man in broad daylight," Raglan said. Mike's inner eye replayed the fight in the food court fountain. He felt the cold water, tasted the coppery blood. Mike licked his lips and stayed silent. "In front of his own child," Raglan went on. Mike's memory took him back to the fountain again. He remembered the pressure of Jeremiah's arm around his shoulders. "Mike!" Jeremiah had shouted in Mike's ear. "Come on, Mike!" Mike had fought against Jeremiah as his gaze had searched for the little boy he'd just rescued. Then Mike had heard the boy scream, "Daddy!" Still holding his penguin, the boy had scrambled into the fountain to reach the man Mike was attacking. That's when Mike had finally let Jeremiah pull him away. "One has to wonder," Raglan said, tearing Mike from the shameful memory. "What would possess a person to act the way you did?" Mike looked down at his hands, which were twisted together against his churning stomach. "It was a misunderstanding," Mike said softly. "I thought that—" "Yes," Raglan interrupted as he opened the folder in front of him. "There's a note here." He tapped the top page in the file. "Given your unique history, I understand how you could have made that mistake. But that's not the whole story of Mike Schmidt, is it?" Raglan flipped through a few pages of Mike's file. He paused and cleared his throat. Tapping a page, he read, "Tire Zone, sales associate, 2 months. Employment terminated for cause. Insubordination. Media World, custodial staff, 1 week. Fired because of a—" Raglan leaned over the page and read even more slowly. "Generally unpleasant disposition." Raglan looked up. "Coffee?" "What?" Mike asked. The non sequitur caught him off guard. "Would you like some coffee?" Raglan asked. Mike couldn't process the request. How had they gone from a walk down the memory lane of his failures to a friendly offer of coffee? All Mike could do was stare at Raglan. Raglan shrugged and pushed out of his chair. He grabbed the red mug and took 2 steps to a coffee maker that sat on top of the gray filing cabinet in the corner of the office. Mike hadn't noticed the coffee maker. He hadn't noticed the aroma of coffee either. He'd been too distracted by that acrid odor that seemed to emanate from Raglan. Mike shifted in his chair to look at Raglan's shoes. Had the man stepped in something that was causing the stench? Mike couldn't tell. Raglan wore scuffed brown loafers. They didn't appear to be stained. Raglan poured his coffee, and Mike finally caught the nutty scent of the brew. Raglan tore open a packet of sugar and added that to the mug. He didn't bother to stir it. Instead, he turned and looked at Mike. "I'll be honest with you, Mike," Raglan said. "Given your track record, your options are extremely limited." Mike made a face. "Time to grovel." "I'll take anything," Mike said. "Any job you have." "Even so," Raglan said. He lifted his mug and took a sip of his coffee. He smiled and closed his eyes briefly, as if savoring the flavor. Mike resisted the urge to squirm with impatience. He watched Raglan amble back to his desk chair. "Let's say I put you up for, I don't know. Let's say a dishwashing job," Raglan said. "Next thing, I'm getting a phone call telling me that you tried to drown the fry cook in the sink with all the dirty dishes. Raglan set down his mug and tapped it with his index finger. The dull clunking sound made Mike realize that it was oddly quiet in Raglan's office. Even though the adjacent offices were occupied by other social workers and the people who needed help, the nearby conversations sounded like little more than a swishy sort of roar, like the distant crash of ocean waves. Raglan leaned forward and nailed Mike with a look so severe that Mike was tempted to lean away. Raglan's superior, jovial air seemed to morph into something else. Something almost threatening. "That would be very bad for me, Mike," Raglan said. "Very bad. Not to mention the poor fry cook." Raglan leaned back, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Joviality returned. He's screwing with me, Mike thought. But what could Mike do about it? Nothing. All he could do was return to groveling. "I'm not a violent person," Mike said. "I'm sure you're not," Raglan said. The words were dripping in sarcasm. Raglan's mouth quirked. Mike clenched his fists. He was seconds away from proving his last statement to be a lie. This man seriously needed to have the pompous expression beaten off his face. "I can tell this is hard for you, Mike," Raglan said. Mike saw the twinkle in Raglan's eyes. The guy was seriously enjoying baiting Mike. "Being here," Raglan continued. "You don't like it, do you?" Mike didn't bother to respond. "You strike me," Raglan went on, "as someone who'd rather, I don't know, dig their own eye out with a spoon than ask for help." Mike stood up. "You know what? Forget this." Mike started to turn away from Raglan's desk. "I think I have something for you," Raglan said. Mike rotated his head back toward Raglan, but he remained standing. "Come on," Raglan said. "I like to make jokes. A little levity lightens the mood. Why don't you sit down?" Mike crossed his arms and looked down at the idiot behind the tacky desk. "You think you have something?" Mike asked. Raglan tilted back in his chair. "It's a security gig," he said. "Full disclosure, it's not great. High turnover is what we in the business call it. But you'd get to be your own boss, sort of. And you'd really only have to worry about one thing." Mike waited. He suspected Raglan was still toying with him. "All you'd have to do is keep the place tidy," Raglan finally said. "And keep people out." "That's two things," Mike said. A muscle twitched at the corner of Raglan's eye. The right side of his jaw bulged briefly. That's what it feels like to be messed with, Mike thought. Deal with it. "Are you interested?" Raglan asked. Mike shifted his feet. He tentatively allowed himself to feel a little anticipation. "How's the pay?" Raglan snorted. "What do you think? Not good. And the hours are worse." Mike's anticipation dissolved into disappointment. Bad hours meant nights. "I can't do nights," Mike said. Raglan cocked his head. "I'm sorry?" "I can't do nights," Mike repeated. Raglan picked up his mug and took a long, noisy slurp of coffee. Mike inhaled the smell of the coffee beans, but wrinkled his nose when he once again caught the strange stench that wafted from Raglan himself. "Why can't you do nights?" Raglan asked. Mike wasn't about to try to explain his situation to Raglan. It wasn't the man's business. It was personal. So, Mike said nothing. Silence grew into such a commanding presence that it felt like a third person had stepped into the office. Raglan attempted to stare down Mike. Mike held the man's gaze and didn't move a muscle. Raglan finally gave in. "Shame," he said. Raglan reached out and pulled open the desk drawer in front of his lean stomach. He rummaged in the drawer. Mike heard a clatter, a rustle, and a metallic thunk. Finally, Raglan plucked out a business card. He held it out over his desk. "In case you have a change of heart," he said. Mike didn't want to take the card. All he wanted to do was get out of there. But he wasn't in a position to burn bridges. He took the card. Then he stomped out of Raglan's office. After Mike had left Raglan's office, he'd gone on his own job hunt. Who needed Raglan? Mike could find his own job. Or maybe not. By the time Mike gave up and headed toward home, the oppressive gray clouds were being consumed by a night that seemed to be in a big hurry to take over. Even though the day still held on to some light, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Just as well. Mike wasn't in the mood for sun. As Mike turned the corner onto his street, his old sedan backfired. The car lurched, and Mike had to stomp on the gas to keep the car from stalling out. Man, he hated this car. An amalgamation of old parts from the junkyard. Mike's car might have been the ugliest vehicle on the road. If he hadn't been so grateful to have something, anything, with wheels and an engine, he'd have been embarrassed to be seen in the thing. But then again, Mike wasn't really that easily embarrassed. When you carried around the kind of regret that he hauled everywhere he went, the usual things that embarrassed people didn't make a dent. Take the neighborhood Mike lived in, for instance. The bedraggled street of little more than shacks was considered to be that part of town. Originally built as makeshift housing for the dirt-poor immigrants brought in to work in the town's factories, the petite houses hadn't been much when they'd been put up. Now they were even less. All the houses on the street were essentially identical, give or take the variety of faded colors and the various old cars, lawn equipment, toys, and other junk piled around them. Mike and Abby's house was yellow, or at least it used to be. It was more tan than yellow now because it was so dirty. The shallow roof, originally black, was fuzzy with green moss. Like many of the houses on the street, Mike's place had no front lawn. All it had was a collection of weeds and the ever-widening oil stain that Mike's car added to every day. Mike turned into his so-called driveway, a dirt and gravel expanse that held said oil stain. He turned off his car, and the engine coughed several times before expiring for the night. As soon as the engine went silent, Mike pulled the key from the ignition. But he didn't move. Sometimes Mike got stuck in the moment. He couldn't convince himself that moving on to the next thing was worth his trouble. It wasn't that Mike was suicidal or anything. He wasn't ready to meet his maker. He wasn't even remotely ready for that accounting. But Mike often wished life came with timeouts. Or maybe freeze frames. It would have been helpful to have a remote so he could stop time and catch his breath. Nearby, an engine revved. The sound kick-started Mike again. He opened his car door, got out, and loped up to his front porch, if you could call it that. Only a 3-foot square rise of concrete under a minuscule overhang led to a door with peeling, dirty white paint. A red sheet of paper was taped to the door. Mike grabbed the rusting doorknob with his right hand. With his left hand, he tore the paper off the door. He knew he didn't need to look at it, but he did anyway. It was like goggling at a car wreck. Sometimes it was impossible to turn away from foulness. The paper said exactly what Mike expected it to say. Notice of delinquency. "Tell me something I don't know," Mike muttered, as he stuffed the paper in the pocket of his wrinkled black slacks and opened his front door. Maxine had heard Mike's car pull up in front of the house. How could she not? The beater needed a new muffler, among 100 other things. When the engine's thunderous sputter had gone silent, Maxine had waited to hear the car door slam. When it didn't, she knew that Mike's day hadn't gone well. If only Maxine could comfort him. Maxine snorted and turned up the sound on Mike's TV. The TV was an old analog set, one with truly crap reception. Continuous wiggles of static wormed across the screen, no matter what channel you were on. Maxine currently was watching QVC. She liked QVC. When Mike had teased Maxine about her addiction to the shopping channel, she'd pretended that his words hadn't bothered her at all. Maxine was good at pretending. Nonchalance was her go-to defense mechanism. When you wore a bored expression, moved languidly, and kept your words few and as apathetic as possible, no one knew what you were actually thinking or feeling. It made for good armor. Maxine could never be hurt because she pretended that she was hurt-proof. Or at least that's what she told herself. Maxine finally heard Mike's car door slam as her favorite hostess introduced the next product, a silver ring with an emerald-cut cubic zirconia stone. The ring was one in a line of affordable jewelry designed by the other woman on the screen, an ex-actress who probably now made more money selling rings and bracelets and necklaces than she'd ever earned from her B-movie roles. Both the hostess and the ex-actress had big hair and fake tans, but Maxine didn't mind that. This superficial fakery was part of QVC's appeal for Maxine. She enjoyed watching others put on the same kind of don't-look-at-me show that she did. "Not every guy can afford a real diamond," the hostess said. "So it's awesome that you've created this line of cubic zirconia engagement rings." "Isn't it?" the ex-actress responded ever so humbly. "This particular ring is one of my favorites." Even though Maxine watched QVC obsessively, she didn't like all that much of what the channel hawked. The ring on the screen, for instance, was gaudy in the extreme, and its price tag was laughably high. "At only $79.99, the hostess said. "This ring is a bargain." "It's worth less than a wad of tinfoil," Maxine told the hostess on the screen. Mike came through the front door, and Maxine quickly affected a bored, I-don't-give-a-crap-about-anything posture. Already reclining, she let her lids fall half-closed, and she made sure her feet were drooping over the edge of the sofa's sagging mustard-yellow cushions. She quickly arranged the black shirt she wore with faded jeans so it revealed just the right amount of cleavage. In her mind's eye, Maxine assessed the picture she made. A slender 5'5", Maxine was petite enough to look a lot more feminine and helpless than she was. Sometimes that annoyed her, but sometimes she liked to make it work for her. With large, wide-spaced eyes and high cheekbones, Maxine knew she was attractive enough. She had long dark hair that was thick and shiny. Guys went for that. Or at least most guys did. The one guy that Maxine cared about stepped into the shabby, stamp-sized living room. Maxine gave him a limp wave. "Not a care in the world. Doesn't matter at all that you don't see me." Maxine had given a lot of thought to why Mike was immune to her charms. Ha! Charms. But hey, Maxine wasn't ugly, and she was only a few years younger than Mike. She wasn't dumb or obnoxious or anything. In fact, she was smarter than Mike. She was taking social sciences classes at the community college, and sometimes she even read a book for fun in between marathon sessions of QVC watching. "Hey, Max," Mike said. Maxine tried to ignore the way her shoulders tightened when Mike used her nickname. She'd been trying to wean people off that name for years. She didn't want to be Max. She wanted to be Maxine. Not tomboy trailer trash. Sophisticated woman. But Maxine wasn't catching on. To everyone but herself, Maxine was Max. "There's Stouffer's," Maxine told Mike. "Should still be warm if you're hungry." Mike dropped onto the red vinyl seat of one of the chrome chairs next to the small, tan formica-covered kitchen table. He looked toward the small gas stove tucked between an old, squat fridge and the inadequate bit of counter that surrounded a dingy, white porcelain sink. Maxine had left half of the microwave lasagna in a plastic pan on top of the stove. "Did Abby eat?" Mike asked. Maxine swung her legs off the sofa and raised an eyebrow at Mike. "What do you think?" Mike gave Maxine a half grin. Something about the grin got past Maxine's normal defenses. Her gaze landed on the ugly ring on the TV, and she sighed. Before she could think about what she was saying, she blurted, "I wish someone would buy me a ring." Mike said nothing. Immediately mortified at her slip, Maxine stood up, switched off the TV, and picked up her jacket and old black leather backpack from the end of the sofa. Keeping her face turned away from Mike, Maxine said, "Abby's been in her room all evening. She's yakking away with those friends of hers." Maxine glanced at Mike in time to see him frown. She hurriedly went on. "She's getting really good, by the way. At drawing?" Mike grunted as he pulled a crumpled piece of red paper from his pocket. Maxine knew what that was. She was surprised he was reading it. Maxine crossed the few feet from the sofa to the kitchen table. She paused behind Mike and looked down at him. She liked being this close to him. He smelled really good. Not sweet like cologne or anything. He smelled like a man. Just clean and simple. "Y'all should get a dog," Maxine said. "A big mean one. Chain him outside." Mike looked up. The skin crumpled between his brows. "Huh?" Maxine pointed at the delinquency notice. "We used to get those too," she said. "Then we got Bonesy. Poof, no more notices." The furrows between Mike's brows deepened, but otherwise his expression didn't change. "I'll keep that in mind," he said. Maxine shrugged. Miss Who Cares? She headed toward the front door. Just before she reached for the doorknob, she stopped and spun back to look at Mike. "I almost forgot," she said. "Your aunt called." Mike made a snorting sound. "Something about lawyers and you'd be there tomorrow or else?" Maxine went on. Mike dropped his head into his hands. Maxine stared at his long fingers and the thick hair between them. Her hand twitched, wanting so much to reach out and... Maxine got a grip on herself. She turned back toward the door. "Well, see ya," she said as she opened it and stepped outside. She tried not to let it bother her that Mike didn't say goodbye. Chapter 4. Mike waited for the door to close. He listened to Max's footsteps tap across the concrete porch. As soon as he was sure she was gone, he clenched his fists and squeezed his eyes closed so hard that his entire body trembled. Mike clamped his mouth closed, too. If he hadn't, he was sure he'd have screamed. A wail of despair and frustration and fury was churning in his chest, and it took everything he had not to let it come roaring out, leaping up his throat like a lion finally freed from a cage. Gazing at the delinquency notice, Mike thought about his aunt's message. Or else. Mike knew what that meant. Damn his Aunt Jane. When was she going to back off? Mike shook his head. "Never," he said aloud. Taking a deep breath, he shoved aside thoughts of his aunt. Smelling the lasagna's sauce and cheese, he thought about eating, but that idea immediately brought a wave of nausea. Mike stood up and looked at the half-eaten pan of lasagna. It was cold, and the cheese was starting to congeal. He was tempted to dump it in the trash, but maybe if he warmed it up, he could get Abby to eat. Not holding his breath, but figuring he should try to feed his sister, Mike put the lasagna in the little microwave next to the stove. He pressed a couple buttons and turned to head toward Abby's room. As Mike rotated, he saw the delinquency notice. His rage and frustration combusting, he grabbed it, balled it up, and flung it into the plastic bin under the kitchen sink. Then he kicked the bin, slammed the cabinet door, and looked up at the dirty white ceiling. 3 feet above Mike's head, a spider was scurrying up a long strand of webbing. The webbing was attached to a half-completed web that stretched from a grungy glass ceiling light to the corner of the room. "Go," Mike said to the spider. He hoped the thing had better luck at getting his home in order than Mike was having. Abby loved her hidey tent, but she also loved her desk. Too bad she couldn't fit her desk inside her hidey tent. Drawing was much easier at her desk. Toying with the shoulder strap of her favorite red overalls, Abby looked at the array of colored pencils splayed out next to her drawing pad. Which green would be better for the big tree? Deciding, Abby picked up the darkest green pencil and began carefully sketching in the fluffy edges of a tall pine tree's branches. The squat, orange metal lamp that sat on her desk shone down on the tree like sunshine, making the yellow sun Abby had already drawn above the tree even brighter looking. The golden warmth of the desk lamp made Abby's animal-y friends and the black-haired man and black-haired little girl under the tree look even happier than Abby wanted them to look. Even as Abby bent over the task of creating dozens of little green pine needles on the tree, she glanced at the creatures she'd drawn, and at the man and girl. She'd meant for it to look like they were all playing Ring Around the Rosie, and she wasn't sure she'd pulled that off. But the big curved smiles she'd put on their faces made it clear they were playing and having a good time. For a second, Abby's pencil stopped moving as her feelings pushed past her concentration on the drawing. If only the drawing would come true. Abby wished Mike would play with hers sometimes. He used to, but lately... Behind Abby, her bedroom door squeaked. She glanced over her shoulder as Mike stepped into her room. Mike lifted a hand in greeting, and Abby returned the gesture. Then she swiveled back around and bent closer to her drawing. She went back to sketching in green pine needles. "What are you drawing?" Mike asked as his shuffling steps crossed her carpet. "Trees," Abby said simply. She looked up when Mike stopped beside her white desk chair. The desk chair was what they called a ladder-back chair. Mike had told her that. She didn't like it as much as the desk. It was hard and made her back hurt if she sat in it for too long. That was why sometimes she drew in her tent, even though the drawings she did there were never as good. Mike's arm slipped past Abby's shoulder. He tapped the man in her drawing. "This good-looking dude I recognize," Mike said. He moved his fingers to one of Abby's friends. "Who are these punks?" Abby kept working on the tree. "My friends," she said. "It's not done yet." Mike sighed loudly in Abby's ear. She ignored his unspoken criticism. She knew how he felt about her friends. The floor creaked as Mike took a step back away from Abby's chair. "You can finish later," he said. The words sounded sad. "It's time to eat." Abby set down the green pencil and picked up a yellow one to add a little more detail to one of her friends. "Not hungry," she said. Mike let out another sigh. Abby didn't feel this one, but it was louder. "Don't care," Mike said. "You need to eat. Let's go." The floor creaked again, and Mike's hand closed around Abby's upper arm. He attempted to pull her from her chair. "No!" Abby shrieked as she dropped her pencil and whirled to face her brother. The word came out like a siren from her mouth, the one small sound raising and lowering in pitch and volume. Abby twisted her arm to shake off Mike's hand. As soon as Abby pulled away from Mike, he let go of her. Abby rubbed her arm. It didn't really hurt. Mike had held her firmly, but he hadn't been rough. He was never rough. Sighing for the third time, Mike backed away from Abby and sat down on the edge of her bed. She stayed in her chair and watched him. The thin mattress sank under his weight, and the box springs let out a squeak. Mike rubbed his palms over his face. Then he looked at Abby as if he was about to beg her for a favor. "Abs," he said, his voice really soft. "The day I'm having?" Mike swallowed and shook his head. "Just please come and eat some food. Please." Abby looked at her brother. She thought he looked pale, and the little lines at the outside corners of his eyes were bunched up tighter than usual. She shifted her gaze to the mattress. "You're sitting on my friend," Abby said. Mike snorted and stood. "You know what? Do whatever the hell you want. I don't care." Mike started stomping toward the door, but then he stopped. He spoke again, with his back to Abby. "But you should know what happens to little kids who don't eat their dinners." Mike rotated toward Abby in a super slow motion. He squinted at Abby and scrunched his face into what Abby thought was supposed to be a mean look, like he was trying to be one of the bad guys in a cartoon. Abby didn't feel like playing along with Mike's stupid game, so she stayed silent. She looked at him, careful to keep her face totally blank. "When kids don't eat," Mike said, leaning forward, "their bodies stay the same size forever." Abby shrugged and rolled her eyes. Mike waggled a finger at her. "And that means that they die without ever getting to ride the adult rides at the amusement park." Abby almost smiled at that, but Mike didn't deserve a smile. Abby looked away from Mike, back to the now empty bed. She studied the spot where Mike had sat. "My friend says you're an idiot," Abby told Mike, glancing toward him again. Mike's face went rigid. A vein at the edge of his forehead got bigger and looked like it was hopping up and down under his skin. Abby thought she could hear his teeth grinding as he turned around and headed toward her door. Just shy of the door, Mike stopped. He looked back at Abby. "At least I'm real," he said. His voice was hard and unfriendly. Mike strode out of the room and slammed the door behind him. The kablam took a couple seconds to fade out. The yucky feeling Mike left behind lingered for longer than that. Abby looked over at the bed. "He doesn't mean it," she said quietly. "He has stress." From beyond the door, Mike's bellow was muffled and distant. "No, I don't," he shouted. Mike dropped onto the edge of his turned-down bed. He sat down so hard that the bed's wood-slatted headboard knocked against the wall. As if in response to the thud, a dog barked in the distance. The churr crackle of tires on the street and the purr of an engine reached in through Mike's closed window. Mike looked at his pillow. All he wanted to do was flop down and put his face in it, make like a human ostrich and block out the day. But he couldn't sleep yet. Raising his butt off his bed, half standing, Mike reached under his mattress and grabbed his pill bottle. Wrapping his fingers around the hard, smooth plastic, he closed his eyes, savoring the momentary relief he always felt when he started his nighttime routine. Mike opened the bottle's child-proof cap and pulled out one of the small white pills. Immediately popping the pill in his mouth, Mike reached for the glass of water he'd put on his nightstand. He took a few sips of water, washing down the pill. Finally, Mike could put this day behind him. Leaning forward, Mike pushed play on the cassette player. Immediately, his bedroom was filled with peaceful forest sounds. Mike closed his eyes and focused on the sprightly chirps of birds, the cracks and snaps of branches being rustled by the wind. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he lay down flat on his bed. Opening his eyes, Mike looked straight up above his bed. Seeing past the images of the day that flicked through his mind like a herky-jerky slideshow, Mike focused on the poster taped to his ceiling. Pining for fun? The poster's heading read, Visit Nebraska. The words, popping from the paper in a bright yellow block letter font, paraded across the tops of a shaggy cluster of pine trees. As Mike gazed at the trees, the slideshow in his head continued. He saw the ugly brick government building, the social worker's uneven skirt, and the paper number 27. He saw Raglan's smug face. He saw a series of help-wanted signs and a matching series of headshakes as he was told he wasn't right for the jobs. He saw Max's big eyes and Abby's dark ones. He saw the red delinquency notice and the lasagna he'd ended up throwing away because he'd microwaved it too long and because Abby had never come out of her room to eat. Breathe, he told himself, zeroing in on the sounds of the babbling brook that were coming from his cassette player. He squinted at the pine trees, putting all his attention on his ritual so he could let the rest of the day fade away. Briefly, Mike remembered the first night he'd put up the poster. It had seemed like such a stupid idea, but he was desperate. That night, it had taken forever for the cassette's sounds and the poster's image to work their magic. Now, though, the effect was more immediate. In a matter of seconds, Mike's mind let go of the day's impressions. His consciousness slipped into the pine tree scene, and the forest sounds grew clearer, more and more realistic. Mike's gaze was full-on committed now. He was homed in. The forest was no longer a picture on a poster. The trees weren't frozen in a photograph. They were moving. The sounds didn't come from a cassette. They came from a real forest. The wind that Mike could hear was swaying the trees in a gentle back-and-forth rhythm. Mike's eyelids began to flutter. Then he felt them droop, lower and lower, closed. But the trees didn't disappear. A gentle breeze caresses the heavy branches of a cluster of pine trees. The branches shimmy back and forth in what almost looks like a choreographed dance. In front of the trees, a beam of sunshine slants downward onto bright green wild grass. The light catches moisture at the tips of the grass blades, making them sparkle. Above the grass, caught in the sun's brilliant illumination, an orange toy plane arcs through the air. A little boy's hand grips the body of the plane. The little boy looks to be about 4 years old. The boy has tousled black hair and bow-like lips. "Garrett," a woman's voice calls out. "Stay close." Garrett and his airplane whip past a picnic table and disappear from view, just as a red spray of ketchup splats over a burger on a paper plate lying on the table. A smiling, dark-haired man, who looks like an adult version of little Garrett, walks past the picnic table. The man, carrying a couple sleeping bags, laughs and calls out, "How about some burger with that ketchup, hun?" Mike, 12 years old and all about having fun, grins at his mom. She looks at the ketchup bottle in her hand and winks at Mike. "Everything's better swimming in ketchup. Right, Mike?" "Right." Mike reaches for his soda and accidentally knocks over the bottle with a thunk. The soda's fizzing escape from the bottle sprays across the table. The frothy brownish liquid sounds like it's sizzling as it pools on the wood. "Oops," Mike's mom says. She turns away from the table. "I'm going to go grab a towel. Keep an eye on your brother." Mike starts to turn toward Garrett, but as he does, the edge of a frisbee nearly grazes Mike's cheek as it whizzes past. Mike instinctively jumps up and jogs away from the picnic table to retrieve the bright blue disc, which has landed at the edge of his family's campsite. Mike reaches the frisbee in seconds, and he bends over to pick it up. As his hand closes over the plastic rim of the disc, Mike hears the sound of a car engine revving. Mike straightens and looks around. He doesn't see the car, but there's something else even more important that he doesn't see. "Garrett?" Mike calls. Garrett is nowhere in sight. Frisbee dangling from his hand, Mike starts walking toward the far side of the campsite. His pace is casual at first. Then his brother's continued absence fills him with urgency. Mike starts trotting toward the trees that line the little road that leads to the site. "Garrett!" Mike calls again. Mike hears the crackling, pinging sound of tires churning over gravel. Through the trees, he sees the hulking shape of a black car as it peels away from the campground. Mike breaks into a full-out run. "Garrett!" Mike's shout is shrill and piercing. Mike is in the trees now. The long pine needles poke at his face. The branches slap at him. It feels like they're trying to grab him. Fallen twigs and pine cones crackle under Mike's feet. His nostrils are filled with the sharp smell of pine resin and the moist scent of the ground's soft soil. Mike bursts out of the trees just in time to see the black car pick up speed. The car is at least 50 feet past Mike. It's zooming away. Mike, panting hard, looks toward the back of the car. His heart feels like it's being twisted in his chest as he looks at the car's rear window. "Garrett!" Mike gasps. Garrett's pale, wide-eyed face looks back at Mike through the window. Clutching his orange airplane, Garrett puts a hand to the glass. Garrett's eyes are filled with tears. His mouth is wide open, calling out. Mike opens his mouth too. He starts to let out a scream. The beep, beep, beep of Mike's alarm felt like a lasso that cinched up around him and yanked him out of sleep. Pulling a face, Mike reached for his alarm. Today, his palm managed to find the top of the alarm. As soon as the beeping stopped, Mike smoothly went through his morning routine. Cassette player off, rewind, pills under the mattress, push-ups. Mike's head didn't hurt as much this morning, but that didn't mean he felt any better. He wouldn't feel better until he could fix things. And after 13 years of trying, he was starting to think that would never happen. Chapter 5. Watching a trio of little boys roll down a grassy hill, their high-pitched whoops tumbling together with their laughter, Mike let himself bask, for a few seconds, in the kids' glee. The boys were a blur of motion: curly hair, a red tennis shoe, skinny white arms, plump-faced grins, a triumphant fist. The boys appeared to be racing, but their race devolved into a wrestling/tumbling match. When they reached the bottom of the hill, they shot to their feet and raised triumphant fists. They all seemed to think they won. What would it be like to be so carefree? Mike asked himself. Thinking about his dream, he reminded himself that he had a micro-taste of that kind of devil-may-care fun every night. He almost wished he didn't, though. When that feeling was stolen from him, over and over and over again, as his dream repeated night after night, the loss was made more profound by that memory of what fun felt like. The boys ran back up the hill, and Mike watched them start another tumbling round. Then he broadened his gaze to take in the Child Development Center at the top of the hill. In contrast to the government building Mike had been in the day before, the Development Center was a sleek, modern, white flow of long, glass-filled walls under a gleaming metal roof. Surrounded by nature, the expanses of grass, as well as expertly landscaped displays of flowering bushes and tall trees, the center was not even in the same universe as the ugly brick building that housed social services. Even the sky was prettier here, or so it seemed. Yesterday's suffocative gray sky was gone. Today's sky was cyan blue, and it was filled with playful white clouds, all puffy and soft-edged and rolling through the sky, not unlike the boys rolling down the hill. The sun was playing peekaboo with the clouds. Its brilliance nipped in and out as it peeked from behind the white sky suds and then dipped back behind them again. The little boys weren't the only kids having fun on the grassy hills outside the center and on the playground equipment in a sandy circular area near the edge of the grass. 20-plus kids were running around or pumping themselves higher and higher on the swings or climbing on the monkey bars or teeter-tottering with a friend. The kids ranged in age from about 6 to 15. The older kids weren't playing. They were either sitting in the grass or on one of the wrought iron benches placed throughout the area. They either chatted with each other or spoke to white-coated adults. The adults were the doctors, MDs and PhDs, who oversaw the kids who came to the center. The center's doctors had a wide array of expertise, Mike had found out. They were trained to help all sorts of kids with all sorts of developmental problems. Leaning against the chain-link fence at the outer edge of the center's sprawling property, Mike vaguely wondered how his life might have turned out differently if he'd had a place like this to come to when he was 12. Grief was a developmental problem, wasn't it? Loss and guilt could stunt growth every bit as much as the kind of psychological problems they treated here. Turning away from the more active children, Mike forced himself to look toward his sister. He'd spotted her, of course, as soon as he'd gotten out of his car. Abby sat on one of the benches not far from the center's portico-covered entrance. Bent over her drawing pad with her colored pencils, Abby was well away from all the other kids. Even so, she was talking. Mike was far enough away from Abby that he couldn't hear what she was saying, but he could see her lips moving. He could also see her turn to look beside her or look out in front of the bench, as if she was speaking to invisible companions. The sun burst from behind the clouds again, and the light blinded Mike. Closing his eyes, he wiped his face with his palms. Man, he was exhausted. No matter how much time he spent in bed, he never got enough rest. No mystery there. Sleep wasn't sleep for Mike. It was a project. Mike felt a cool hand on his forearm, and he inhaled the scent of orange blossoms. He opened his eyes and did his best to smile at the slender, white-haired woman who stood in front of him. Dr. Lillian, Abby's psychologist, was a nice lady, with large eyes that might have been dark blue or green or brown. Mike hadn't been able to figure it out because the color seemed to change depending on lighting, or maybe depending on the doctor's mood. Dr. Lillian had a friendly face with a wide, full-lipped smile. Tall and graceful, Dr. Lillian wore her hair in a shaggy, chin-length cut, and her clothes were as casual as her hair. She usually had on loose, light-colored yoga pants and pastel-colored tunic shirts. She didn't wear a lab coat. "They're here," Dr. Lillian said. "Are you ready?" Mike's weak smile disappeared entirely. "Not really," he said. Dr. Lillian patted his arm, but she didn't speak. Mike was sure she wanted to help, but there were some things she couldn't do. "Let's get this over with," Mike said. Usually, Mike was pretty comfortable in Dr. Lillian's office. A nice, large room with thick blue carpet and furnished sparsely but comfortably with a small white desk, a row of matching shelves stuffed with books and a few nature-themed photos, a high-backed, pale blue office chair, 3 matching plush, thick-armed guest chairs, and a long, blue and cream-striped sofa. The office was obviously designed to be calming. Most days, it was. But not today. It wasn't possible for a room to be calming when Aunt Jane was in it. Her presence was calm's kryptonite. At just 5'4", Jane Schmidt wasn't an imposing woman. Her petite appearance was helped along by the pastel pantsuits she nearly always wore. Today's suit was a very pale green. When Jane stood still, and if you didn't know her, she could look insubstantial, even inconsequential. With short, dirty blonde hair that Mike was pretty sure she dyed now. She was, after all, in her 50s. Jane had a pale, freckled complexion, ordinary brown eyes, and a narrow face shaped like an upside-down egg. In the abstract, she might have been pretty, if not for her personality. "Just look at him!" Mike's aunt angrily shouted. She waved her arms wildly. Combined with her exaggerated facial expressions, the flapping arms made her look unhinged. And she thought he had problems. Well, he did have problems, but that wasn't the point. Dr. Lillian's guest chairs were arranged in front of her desk, spaced about 2 feet apart. 2 feet wasn't nearly enough space. Mike, sitting to Aunt Jane's left, had to lean back when she threw her arms out. On the other side of Aunt Jane, her lawyer cowered in the other guest chair. He was sitting so he was canted back and away from his client. Clearly, he didn't want to be close to her any more than Mike did. Dr. Lillian, safely behind her desk, was the only person sitting straight. She was also the only person in the room who seemed to be benefiting from her calm decor. "What is it? 10 o'clock in the morning?" Jane continued with her tirade. "And he can barely keep his eyes open." Mike, who was aware his eyes were half closed, resisted the urge to shut them entirely. As tired as he was, his eyes weren't drooping because of that. He had them partially shut to try to dampen the impact of his aunt's tantrum. This was a trick he'd learned many years before. Aunt Jane was wound up for a very specific reason today. She had an agenda, but it wouldn't have mattered if she didn't have one. She was just a high-strung woman. Petty, loud, and judgmental, Jane was the reason Mike had learned the word narcissistic when he was a boy. It was the word his mother had always used to describe her sister-in-law. Jane whipped her arms through the air again. Mike pulled back like a turtle shrinking into its shell. If only he had a shell to shrink into. "This degenerate," Jane continued, "is being entrusted with the well-being of a mentally ill child?" Mike involuntarily brought a hand up to cover his right ear. Jane's high pitch, which would have done an operatic soprano proud, was literally hurting his eardrums. Cocking his head, Mike looked behind Jane to see if the lawyer, "Just call me Doug, I'm not much on formalities," was having the same problem, but he couldn't tell. Doug, a large man whose body was freakishly similar in shape to a melting ice cream cone, gave no indication that he was hearing or seeing anything. The only reason Mike could tell Doug was alive was that Doug's chest heaved visibly with the effort to breathe, and he made a faint whistling sound each time he exhaled. Studying Doug, Mike had a hard time understanding how the man had become a lawyer, or how he kept a practice going. He looked like he was on the verge of going into a coma. Jane might have been making a big deal about Mike's droopy eyes, but what about her lawyer's slack lids? Heck, his whole face was slack. Round and jowly, Doug's cheeks pressed up against a fleshy nose and squeezed a too small mouth. His tiny eyes were gray and dull-looking. They matched his suit, which was the color of the previous day's clouds. The suit was baggy and wrinkled. Mike shifted his attention away from Doug and returned it to his aunt, who was still ranting. He tuned back in, just for kicks. "Who care for the mentally ill should have at least a hint of maturity." Jane pointed at Mike's jeans and t-shirt. "Do you see maturity in him?" Jane put her fists on her hips and glared at Dr. Lillian. Dr. Lillian ignored the question. "As I've made clear many times," Dr. Lillian said, "Abby is not mentally ill." Aunt Jane made a sound that was half snort and half raspberry. "Oh, right," she said. "Of course not. Because it's perfectly normal to sit around by yourself drawing pictures and talking to magical creatures who don't exist. Jane wound herself up even tighter. That child is a train wreck, she shouted. She's light years behind where she should be at this age, and it's only going to get worse. By the time Jane got to the end of the sentence, her face was bright red, and her voice was cracking. How about we all take a slow breath, Dr. Lillian said, so we can calm down. The we wasn't a we at all. Dr. Lillian was calm. Doug was so calm he was practically unconscious. Mike was tense, but he was calm enough. Jane was the one who... Don't you dare tell me to calm down! Jane shrilled. She pointed a finger at Dr. Lillian. You're her doctor, but you're trying to make me feel like I'm the cuckoo one here. There was no trying, Mike thought. Jane was the cuckoo one in the room. And what he did to that poor man, Jane said. The volume of her words dropped startlingly, and her tone changed to what Mike thought was supposed to be sympathetic. Mike watched Jane's lower lip quiver. He suppressed a smile when he saw Jane squinch up her eyes like she was trying to squeeze out a tear. Jane waved a hand like a southern belle attempting to stave off an attack of the vapors. I'm sorry, she said breathily. Jane dug a tissue out of a large cream-colored purse. She blew her nose loudly. Mike glanced over at Dr. Lillian. She met his gaze and gave him a sympathetic look. Real sympathy, not the fake crap that Jane was attempting to sell to the room. Jane blew her nose again. Mike, Dr. Lillian, and Doug sat silently. This was a one-woman play. All they could do was wait for her to get to her next line. Jane finished nose-blowing. She dropped her dirty tissue on the floor. Mike looked at it, and he felt his lip curl. He really hated his aunt. Now look, Jane said. Mike wasn't sure who she was talking to. Him? Dr. Lillian? Obviously not Doug. I tried to play nice, Jane went on. I really did. She clasped her hands together and pasted a nicey nice smile on her face. Mike managed not to puke. But I have to think of Abby now, Jane said. She arranged her features into an expression that Mike thought was supposed to be regret. It looked more like constipation. Enough is enough, Jane said. Finally, something Mike could agree with. He'd had more than enough of this meeting. No one said anything. Jane looked at Mike. Then she turned toward Doug. Doug still looked like he needed a ventilator. Mike wasn't sure Doug had heard a word Jane had said. Doug? Jane said. Doug didn't move. Jane leaned over and poked Doug in the ribs, hard. Doug! She shouted. Doug jerked, coughed, and blinked several times. He looked around as if to remind himself of where he was. Once oriented, he cleared his throat and picked up the briefcase that sat next to his small feet. The feet were tucked into expensive black shoes. Mike thought they were called Oxfords. Jane tapped her long, manicured fingernails, covered in pale pink polish that in no way matched her personality, on the slick leather of her bag. She pulled her lips together into a disapproving purse. Doug was oblivious of his client's scrutiny. He concentrated on opening his briefcase. When he finally pulled out a sheaf of papers, Jane snatched them and turned to shove them at Mike. He had no choice but to take them. Glancing down, Mike's stomach shriveled. They were custody papers. In your heart, Jane said, you know this is the right thing to do. Mike didn't know that at all. In his heart or any other part of his body. I hope you'll sign, Jane said. Mike lifted his head. And if I don't? Jane waved a hand toward Doug. Then my lawyer and I will take you to court. where any judge with an ounce of sanity will make sure you never see your sister again." Dr. Lillian cleared her throat and began, "That's—" Jane shot up from her chair and held the flat of her palm toward Dr. Lillian like a traffic cop. "That's it," Jane said. "We're done here." Jane took a step toward Doug and whacked him on the shoulder. Like an obedient, if abused, dog, he closed his briefcase and stood. Dr. Lillian stood too. "What about Abby?" she asked Jane. "Have you considered what she may want?" Jane slowly turned toward Dr. Lillian. Pulling in her chin and drawing her eyebrows together, Jane tipped her head to one side as if she was studying something in a circus freak show. "Abby," Jane said, "is 10 years old." In contrast to the serene oasis of Dr. Lillian's office, the development center's hallways were a chaos of color and light. The walls were papered in red, purple, and orange stripes, and the whole floor was covered in carpet squares of nearly every color imaginable. When Mike and Abby first met with Dr. Lillian, she had explained that a lot of kids at the center needed an abundance of stimulation. That might have been the case, but the visual stimulation got on Mike's nerves, especially now. After Jane and Doug had left Dr. Lillian's office, she'd asked Mike if he needed a minute. He'd shaken his head and stood up. He was really rattled and furious. And actually, he didn't know exactly what he felt. He couldn't put a word to it. All he knew was that his stomach was in at least 50 separate knots. His colon felt so tangled, he wouldn't have been surprised if food never got through it again. His head didn't feel so good either. His ears were hot, and he was sure an invisible hand was clamped onto his skull, trying to press him down through the floor. Mike didn't want to feel this way in front of Dr. Lillian. He needed to get out of there. That was why they were in the hall. When Mike said he had to go, Dr. Lillian had insisted on walking him out. Other than all the color, the hall was empty. Surprising himself because he'd planned on just getting away without saying a word, Mike blurted, "She doesn't want Abby. She wants the trust fund." Dr. Lillian glanced at Mike and gave him a gentle smile of understanding. Dr. Lillian was good at understanding. Maybe that was why Mike kept talking. "The trust was set up for Abby, not for anyone else. Not me either. I can't even use it to pay the rent, and that's fine. I'm glad it's there for her." Dr. Lillian gave Mike another smile. This one seemed to be one of approval. "But Jane and that lawyer are going to find a way to get into the trust if she gets custody of Abby," Mike went on. "I just know it. That's what her long-term plan is." Dr. Lillian didn't disagree. "And in the short term, she'll get the checks from the state," Mike said. "It's not about Abby. It's about Jane. It's always about Jane." Dr. Lillian opened her mouth, but then closed it. Another sympathetic smile told Mike that, once again, she didn't disagree with him. Together, they turned a corner, heading toward the center's activity room. A couple boys about Abby's age went racing past. The smells of dirty socks and chocolate went with them. So did the pounding of their feet. "She makes some good points, though," Mike said. "Aunt Jane. I hate to admit that, but she's right that I'm not really fit to be raising a kid." Dr. Lillian finally spoke. "I know a little girl who would strongly disagree." Mike threw up his hands. "Come on, Doc. You can't be serious. Abby talks to the air more than she talks to me. I could drop dead and she'd be too busy drawing pictures to even notice." They'd reached the double doors that led into the activity room, but Dr. Lillian kept walking. She motioned for Mike to follow her. He did. Just past the doors, a long, wide window looked into the room with thick, bright blue rubberized flooring and multiple play areas. Some of the areas were nothing more than a collection of colorful pillows and cushy play cubes that kids stacked into forts or lay on to draw or play games. Some were climbing towers. Some were elaborate cave-like areas similar to Abby's Heidi tent, but more sophisticated. The play areas were placed wide apart, so there was plenty of open space for the kids to run around. Mike did a quick count. 9 kids were either chasing one another or playing games. There were also several little tables dotting the room. The only one currently occupied was the one on the far side of the room. That was where Abby sat, by herself. Mike gestured toward his sister. "See what I mean?" Dr. Lillian watched Abby as she spoke. "You know, pictures hold tremendous power for children." Dr. Lillian shifted to face Mike. "You've heard the expression, 'seeing is believing'?" Mike frowned and shrugged. "Sure." What was the doctor getting at? Dr. Lillian crossed her arms and leaned back against the glass. "Before we learn to speak, images are the most important tool we have for understanding the world around us. What's real? What matters to us most? These are things children learn to communicate about almost exclusively through pictures." Dr. Lillian paused, and Mike nodded. "Okay," he said. He still didn't see her point. Dr. Lillian cocked her head and thought for a second. Then she tried again. "See, kids aren't all that good at consciously accessing what they feel. Their artwork is sort of like their subconscious. So, you're saying Abby's drawings actually mean something?" Mike asked when the light bulb finally came on. Dr. Lillian nodded several times. "Without question." Mike chewed on that for a second. Dr. Lillian put a hand on his shoulder. "So, let me ask you this. Who's featured, prominently, in 9 out of 10 of Abby's drawings?" Mike didn't speak, but he knew the answer to Dr. Lillian's question. Mike was in most of Abby's drawings. Dr. Lillian squeezed Mike's shoulder. "I can see you get it." She laughed. "Like it or not, you're her world." Dr. Lillian chuckled. "You might not believe you're the man for the job, but your sister certainly does." Mike stared at Dr. Lillian for a few seconds. Then he shifted his attention back to Abby. Could it be true? Was he really the best thing for Abby? For a second, Mike felt his shoulders lift. His stomach started to unknot. But then the inner snarls kinked up again. His shoulders slumped. Even if he was good for Abby, how could he take care of her if he couldn't earn enough to support them? And how could he give her what she needed when he couldn't even give himself what he needed? And then there was Aunt Jane. How could he stop her from getting custody? These and a dozen other questions swirled through Mike's mind. "What if it's not up to me?" Mike asked, voicing one of the questions aloud. "My aunt's an idiot, but she's right. No judge in the world is going to take my side." Dr. Lillian shook her head. "Don't be so quick to throw in the towel," she said. "You're Abby's primary caregiver, have been for some time, and you're her immediate family. Demonstrate even a modicum of stability, and a judge might surprise you." Is that true? Mike wondered. Did he have a chance? Dr. Lillian tilted her head. "Have you found a job yet?" she asked. Mike didn't answer the question, but his face must have done it for him. Even a second of thinking about his job-hunting failures probably made him look like he'd just sucked a lemon. Dr. Lillian patted Mike on the back. "That would be a good place to start," she said. Chapter 6. Mike sat at his kitchen table. In one hand, he held his cell phone. The other hand was turning a soda can around and around on the scratched Formica surface. The ever-circling can was next to Steve Raglan's business card. The card was crumpled. Sweat beaded the outside of the soda can, and Mike's fingers were wet and getting wetter. Still, he kept turning the can. He couldn't bring himself to do what he knew he needed to do. Mike glanced over at Abby, who sat on the sofa watching a noisy cartoon. Mike wasn't sure what she was watching, but there was howling coming from the set and a lot of raucous laughter. It was getting on Mike's nerves. Well, no. The sounds from the TV weren't really what was getting on his nerves. It was Abby herself who was bugging him. As Abby watched the TV, she frequently pointed at it and then looked to her left as if sharing a moment with someone Mike couldn't see. Another invisible friend. What was Mike going to do about Abby's imaginary friends? Looking away from Abby, Mike's gaze landed on the custody papers he'd tossed onto the table when he and Abby had gotten home. He'd left them face down. He knew he needed to pick them up and put them away. Abby didn't need to know what was going on. Yet. Mike stood and stuffed the papers in a kitchen drawer. The papers reminded Mike of Jane's plan. Mike's attention shifted back to Abby. "See?" Abby whispered. "Bears can do that." A horrifying thought leaped out of the miasma of confusion in Mike's head. How would Aunt Jane deal with Abby's invisible friends if she had custody? As soon as Mike asked himself the question, he knew the answer. Jane would have Abby put in some kind of institution. And once Abby was put away, Jane would find a way to take all the money in Abby's trust fund. Mike let go of the soda can, wiped his fingers on his jeans, then pulled the business card closer to him. He punched Raglan's number into his phone. Abby continued to watch her cartoon and discuss it with her invisible friend. Mike took a deep breath as he listened to the phone ring in his ear. A click. Raglan's voice, in its raspy mode. "This is Raglan." "Hi," Mike said. "Mr. Raglan? This is Mike Schmidt." Raglan didn't speak. All Mike could hear was the faint sound of breathing coming through the phone line. The guy who, stomped out of your, office yesterday?" Mike tried. More silence. Mike counted in his head. 1, 2, 3. "Ah, yes," Raglan said. His voice had switched to smooth. Then the voice turned gruff. "Mister, I can't work nights." Mike pulled the phone from his ear and scowled at it. Man, he really did hate this guy. Mike's gaze flitted to Abby. He gritted his teeth and returned the phone to its proper position. "The job you told me about," Mike said between his clenched teeth. "Is it still available?" Yes, Raglan said. "It's most definitely available." "Why? Had a change of heart?" No, Mike thought. His heart hadn't changed at all. But that didn't matter. He glanced at Abby again. "How soon could I start?" Mike asked. Mike's car sputtered as he turned onto the street that led through the most depressed part of town. He didn't blame the car for its hesitation. Mike didn't want to go down this street either. Potholed and swaddled, even though the sun was still grasping on to the last of the day, the long, straight road was bordered by testaments to business collapse. On both sides of the cracked and broken asphalt and the crumbling sidewalk that ran alongside it, an endless march of failed or failing enterprises hulked in the descending dusk. A boarded-up factory, a derelict gas station, a small strip mall with only 3 still open, dimly lit businesses, a restaurant with only 2 cars in the parking lot and a half-dark neon sign, a couple of bars that would make a seedy bar look upscale. This whole area would depress even the most upbeat person. Since Mike hadn't been upbeat in years, he started at a deficit. and the area shoved him even further down into the dark hole of despair. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, Mike used the other one to hold up the piece of paper he'd scribbled Raglan's directions on. The paper was the cover page of the custody papers. Mike frowned at the directions and leaned forward to peer left and right through his windshield. "Where the hell is this place?" he asked. Too bad he didn't have an invisible friend to answer him. Instead of a helpful invisible friend, Mike had Raglan's voice, in sing-song mode, in his head. "So, here's the deal," Raglan's voice replayed in Mike's mind. The voice rose and fell and sounded muffled, as it had when Raglan had spoken over the phone. "This place, it's pretty out there. It was hugely popular with the kids back in the 80s, but it's been shut down for a long time now. Only reason they haven't given it the wrecking ball treatment is the owner's kind of sentimental. Just can't bring himself to let it go." There was something weird about the way Raglan said sentimental, but Mike couldn't figure out what it was, then or now. Checking his notes again, Mike spotted the turn he'd been told to look for. He urged the car past another shuttered business, an ex-nail salon. No great loss. There were too many of those in town anyway. The new street was narrower than the last one, and after just a couple 100 feet, it was no longer bordered by old businesses. Thick stands of tall trees pressed close to the road. It felt like Mike was heading into the countryside. Before things got too rural, though, Mike saw a deserted parking lot. It was just as Raglan had described it. Mike turned on his signal. Out of habit, no one was around. He pulled off the road into the lot. As his car crept forward, swirls of drying leaves skimmed across the cracked pavement illuminated by the car's headlights. A few paper cups, a discarded newspaper, and a wadded-up fast food bag skittered past with the leaves. Mike pulled his car farther into a lot designed to hold at least 50 or more cars. Judging from the faded to almost invisible white paint demarking the parking spots, it hadn't held that many vehicles in a very long time. Mike pulled into what once would have been the prime parking spot, just a few feet from the night-shrouded entrance of a building that was so hidden in the dark, it was little more than a sprawling shadow. Surrounded by trees and far removed from other businesses, the building had no exterior lights. The old car's headlights did little to give Mike a complete picture of the place. All he saw was red double doors and a boarded-up window. Mike turned off the engine. Typically, it chugged for a few seconds and then went quiet. Mike looked out his side window. Even though only minutes had passed since Mike had reached this part of town, dusk had abruptly given way to the night, a night completely lacking in any sort of lighting. Mike was 100% sure he was not in a safe place. But there was no turning back now. Looking left and right, Mike steeled himself. He picked up the backpack he'd loaded his overnight needs in. He got out of the car and slung the bag over his shoulder. Making sure his car was locked, as if anyone would want to steal it, Mike took a few steps toward the barely visible building entrance. Once again, Mike heard Raglan's voice in his head. Back to the rasp. "Anyway, there's been some trouble with break-ins over the years," Raglan said. "Vagrants, drunks. Obviously not ideal." "No kidding," Mike said aloud now. He looked around, turning full circle. He seemed to be alone, but there were a lot of places to stay concealed. He gripped the flat strap of his backpack and thought about what he'd packed. He thought he'd remembered everything, but like a dolt, he hadn't thought of a flashlight. Suddenly, Mike wanted to be inside the building. He felt way too exposed. Hurrying forward, Mike headed toward the double doors. The doors were faded red, and judging from a few dents on their panels, they were made of metal. He quickly found the security pad next to the doors, just where Raglan had said it would be. The code was an easy one. Mike had it memorized, so he quickly typed it in. A loud click came from the door. The disengaged lock, Mike figured. He stepped to his left and grabbed a thick, vertical black metal handle. He pulled open one of the heavy doors. The door creaked. Of course it creaked. Mike ignored the shiver that frisked down his spine. It felt like one of the dry leaves from the road had gotten inside his shirt and was tumbling end over end toward his tailbone. Mike stepped into the building. Leaving the door open, just in case, Mike hesitated on the edge of deep gloom. He inhaled several odors that made him doubt whether he'd made the right decision. The air smelled stale. Not a surprise for an old, mostly unoccupied place. But more than just musty air met Mike's nostrils. Beneath a resounding clang nearly launched Mike straight up out of his black sneakers. He whirled. Either the wind had shoved at the door, or it was on a self-closing hinge. The door was shut. As threatening as the deserted area outside had felt, the closed door was an even more powerful trigger of Mike's fight-or-flight response. His heart rate doubled. He had a powerful urge to throw himself at the door and run for his life. Which was silly. Get a grip, he told himself. Mike's words seemed to caper away from him before coming back. The faint echo rotated him around. He ignored the disconcerting smell of the place and studied his surroundings. Barely lit beneath fluorescent light panels that had old, dim bulbs and dirty frosted glass coverings, the expanse in front of Mike was a large, maybe 30 feet around, lobby. The right and left sides of the lobby were lined with low, red vinyl-covered benches. The opening of what looked like a long hallway extended off to the right. The other side of the lobby, opposite Mike, was a large archway. A little light shone through it, but not enough for Mike to see what was beyond it. Although the lobby's lighting was down in the fathoms dingy, Mike could see enough to be struck by the lobby's almost circusy decor. The walls above the benches were striped red and white, and the floor beneath Mike's feet was covered with black and white checked linoleum. The linoleum was cracked, and whole sections of it were peeling away from the floor. Hanging on the striped walls, rows of large, old-fashioned posters behind glass advertised Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Mike took a step forward. His shoe caught on a curl of linoleum and it crackled. Once again, Mike heard Raglan's voice in his head. The security system's dated, but it's fully operational. Floodlights on the exterior. Cameras inside and out. Fair warning, the power can be a bit screwy. If you have any issues, you'll find the system breaker in the main office. Just give it a flip. As soon as Raglan's voice faded from Mike's brain, the already weak overhead lights flickered. Mike looked up at them. Oh, no, you don't. He'd better find the office, he thought. Quickly. Mike crossed the lobby and looked down the hallway. The 6-foot-wide corridor was long, and it wasn't any better lit than the lobby. At the far end of the hallway, 50 feet away from Mike, a bright red exit sign glowed. Mike used it as his North Star as he stepped forward into what felt like a creepy, dark tunnel. Raglan's voice spoke up in Mike's head again. Mike made a face. He really didn't like having the rasp sing-song on automatic play in his mind. Now, Mike heard Raglan say in his memory, the rest of the building is on a different breaker, which was probably installed back when Reagan was still in office. Mike mentally hit mute on Raglan as he carefully continued forward. Mike kept his gaze sweeping left and right as he went. Mike's footsteps made a swish, tap sound as he walked over more of the old black and white linoleum. Mike could hear his breathing, too. He was still on edge. The hallway's walls were painted in the same red and white stripes Mike had seen in the lobby. They also were lined with large, framed posters. These posters, however, weren't pizzeria advertisements. They were more art than marketing. Some of the posters had images of pizzas and playing children. The rest of the posters featured portraits of odd-looking cartoon animals. One of the images was of a brown bear wearing a bow tie and a top hat. The bear looked friendly enough. But Mike took pause when he continued on and spotted a bright yellow chick wearing a bib and holding a googly-eyed cupcake, a bluish-purple bunny gripping an electric guitar, and a fox wearing an eye patch and sporting a lethal-looking hook at the end of one arm. The toothy grins on those critters didn't look as benign. Mike found the fox especially to be disconcerting. The fox's one uncovered eye seemed to sparkle with good cheer, but the way the fox brandished the hook suggested that the amiability was a facade. Mike kept going. Above him, another bank of fluorescent lights dimmed a little. Raglan's voice returned to Mike's mind. My advice to you, don't mess with anything. Unless, you've got a burning desire to die in an electrical fire. No pun intended. Ha, Mike thought as he looked up at the feeble light. Mike took another step, and he stiffened when he heard a loud crunch. He looked down and relaxed. Just broken glass from one of the poster frames. Mike looked up at the one to his right. It featured all 4 of the cartoon animals. All but the fox stood on a stage behind old-fashioned microphones. The fox was off to the left, on his own purple-curtained stage. Something about the separation felt threatening to Mike. He quickly went past the poster. He looked ahead and spotted the doorway he was aiming for. Raglan's voice kicked in again. You'll find the office at the end of the main hall. Last door on the right. Mike reached the door. Like the main door to the building, it was red metal, scarred, and dented. Very dented. It looked like someone, or something, had tried to bash the door in. The frosted glass window in the upper part of the door, however, was intact. Strange. Mike frowned at the dents, but he reached for the black knob. It turned readily, and Mike eased the door open. Once again, he was tense, poised to flee. Jeez, he thought, why am I so freaking jumpy? When Mike stepped into the office, nothing attacked him. Nothing reassured him, though, either. The office, dimly lit only by a red, round blaze coming from a colored bulb above a large breaker box with a prominent red handle, was small and confining. Probably because of the single red bulb, the room made Mike think of the command rooms in submarines. The sensation of being submerged was heightened not just by the room's darkness, but also by its rank air. The last time Mike had smelled something like the air in this room, he'd been in a boxing gym with a friend. The smells there had been a combination of sweat and blood. Mike's nose twitched as he looked around. He might as well get used to the smell and familiarize himself with the space. He was going to be spending a lot of time in it. The office was pretty sparse. It contained a long, narrow black metal desk, which sat in front of a matching credenza. A small black fan and a landline phone next to an answering machine sat on it. The desk held an old TV sitting on top of an equally old VCR, a desktop computer, and several CCTV monitors, stacked on a rack at the back edge of the desk. 2 gray metal filing cabinets were pushed against the wall opposite the desk. One of the filing cabinets was missing a couple drawers. The other was badly banged up along the front, as if it had been knocked over. Mike's gaze dropped to the floor. He saw long scratch marks that seemed to match the length of the filing cabinet. The marks didn't make him any happier than the office's smell did. Mike pulled his gaze from the scratch marks. He looked up at the unlit fluorescent lights above him. He noticed the bank of lights was next to an intercom speaker. Mike looked toward the breaker box again. Next to the breaker box, a large gray metal locker stood alone, looking like it had run away from its friends in a high school hallway. Mike raised an eyebrow. Was he supposed to keep his stuff in that? Mostly, you'll just be hanging out in the office. Raglan's voice played out in Mike's head again. The job's pretty easy. Just keep an eye on the monitors. And don't let anyone in. Piece of cake, right? The very second that Mike's inner Raglan voice stopped, the feeble light in the office and in the hallway went out completely. All the electricity cut out. The only remaining illumination came from the red emergency bulb. Mike said. Nope. He immediately strode toward the bulb and grabbed the lever on the breaker box. As he shoved the lever upward, Raglan's voice started up again. See you on the flip side, Raglan had said. Chapter 7. Mike stood next to the chair behind the desk and stared at the CCTV monitors. His gaze was locked on the middle one, which provided an exterior view of the building Mike was in. Apparently, flipping the breaker lever had done more than get the interior lights back on. It had also tripped whatever switch controlled the outside lights. Staring at the lights on the monitor now, Mike wasn't sure whether seeing the exterior lit up would have encouraged him or discouraged him from coming inside. The garish signage was supposed to be welcoming, he was sure, but it had the opposite effect on Mike. Maybe that was because the lights, although on, were constantly flickering, alternately casting a harsh glare and uninviting shadows out from the sprawling building. Resembling a slumped, sleeping giant in the warring glare and shadows, the building clearly had seen better days. Roof sagging, paint peeling, gutters dangling, the building's windows were boarded over. Even so, the CCTV monitor revealed a lit-up, faded red sign that read Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. In the blossom of a sputtering spotlight, a cutout of the famed dude himself, the big brown bear Mike had seen on the hallway posters, looked out over the empty parking lot. The bear's full-toothed grin was probably supposed to shout, "Come on in." Again, it had the opposite effect on Mike. Sighing, Mike looked at the VCR. Raglan had told Mike to look for a tape in the desk's top drawer. Mike reached out and pulled that drawer open. Sure enough, a VCR tape sat next to a few pens. Mike grabbed the tape before he sat in the desk's rolling gray vinyl office chair. Then he shoved the tape into the old VCR. He hit the power button on the TV. A click, a whir, and a thunk, and a few wavy tracking lines crackled onto the TV screen. Staticky, old-timey cartoon music played, and the tracking lines gave way to a graphic version of Freddy Fazbear and the pizzeria's logo. Mike raised an eyebrow at the tinny music, but he leaned back in the chair and put his attention on the TV screen as the logo dissolved into a title. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, Security Brief. The cartoon music faded, and loud 80s rock music began. Mike watched the tape's title break into a gazillion pixels as the title was replaced by a large restaurant dining room filled with happy families eating, talking, and laughing. A dozen or so little kids played or danced in the aisles between the tables. A merry-faced woman with curly strawberry blonde hair beamed at the camera. Her jolliness would have put Santa to shame. Mike found himself leaning back farther, as if he could escape the woman's merriment. The woman had pretty blue eyes and pouty, red-painted lips that she stretched into a big smile as she sang out, "Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike. a place where fantasy and fun come to life. The woman flung out her arms, and for a second, Mike thought she was going to twirl with glee. But she didn't. Instead, she said, "If you're watching this video, it means you've been selected as Freddy's newest security guard. Congratulations! We're going to have so much fun together." Mike raised an eyebrow. "We are?" he asked the TV screen. He shook his head as he kept watching. On the TV, the dining room scene and the woman flip-flopped away, and then the woman reappeared in front of a packed, brightly lit arcade. The arcade, lined with full-sized games, pinball machines, skee-ball machines, as well as a bunch of games Mike didn't recognize, featured a huge network of plastic towers and tunnels. These crisscrossed over a giant plastic ball pit. Even without all the blissed-out little kids playing, it was clear the place was any child's dream playground. The woman began speaking again. "The genius who created Fazbear Entertainment opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria to indulge in his two greatest passions, family-friendly fun and cutting-edge animatronic technology." On the screen, the arcade swirled into a black hole, and another room burst into view. Mike didn't think this room looked like nearly as much fun. Stuffed full of metal shelves and work tables, the room on the screen now was filled with what looked like robotic parts. In the center of the room, a reclining metal chair was occupied by an unmoving animatronic. It was tough to tell what the animatronic was meant to be. Mike could only see some blonde fur at the edges of an expansive metal endoskeleton and a tangle of wires. A white-coated man Mike guessed was a technician was probing at the wires with a tool that looked like a cross between a pair of pliers and a pair of snipping shears. The tool was almost evil-looking, sharp and hard. The woman reappeared on the screen. Still looking relentlessly happy, she trilled, "State-of-the-art robotic engineering enables our characters to interact with guests in truly lifelike fashion, while cleverly concealed, rechargeable lithium cells give the characters limited range to roam free." The woman rose up on her tiptoes. "Safety first!" The screen suddenly went dark, and then the woman reappeared. Now she stood in front of an expanse of velvety red stage curtains. "This should be good," Mike muttered. The woman on the screen said in hyped-up tones, "Let's introduce you to the stars of the show. Hit it, guys!" The woman made a sweeping gesture with her left arm. The woman on the screen disappeared, and the TV was filled with the image of a hand striking a palm-sized red plastic button. The label above the button read, "Showtime." The curtains once again filled the TV screen. The woman was no longer in front of them, and the curtains were starting to part. 1 inch, 2, 3, 4. The hems of the curtains fluttered as they moved, and then the image on the screen froze and then dissolved into a blur of tracking lines. Mike leaned forward and whacked the side of the small TV. He didn't think it would do any good, but the TV emitted a sound of distorted laughter, and the woman suddenly reappeared on the screen. She now stood in front of the pleated, pulled-back curtain. She was looking to her right, apparently toward whatever was on the now exposed stage. "Adorable, aren't they?" the woman asked, using a cutesy voice. "These cuddly critters and the proprietary technology that brings them to life are now your sacred duty to protect. Keep them safe and help ensure that Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria is here to delight, dazzle, and entertain for years to come." The screen went black. Mike stared at it. "Seriously?" he asked aloud. The desk chair let out a squeal as Mike leaned forward and pulled the tape from the VCR. He stuck it back in the desk drawer and then shifted his attention to the CCTV monitors. There were 9 of them. Each one was streaming footage of various rooms in the restaurant or some angle of the restaurant's exterior or its surroundings. All of the images were black and white, and they were blurry, low resolution. The obscure, monochromatic scenes reminded Mike of setting shots in old horror movies. Even though the areas appeared to be empty, they clearly hinted at trouble lurking off-screen. They were supremely creepy. Mike lifted his gaze and looked around the room again. His attention landed on the lone locker. Randomly, his mind was suddenly filled with the image of seeing one of the boys in his school, Bobby, a poor skinny kid who was teased relentlessly, being stuffed into his locker. The little hairs on the back of Mike's arms bristled as he looked at the slats at the top of the locker. What exactly was in the thing? Mike tried to dismiss the question, but he knew he wouldn't be able to settle until he satisfied himself that the locker was empty, or that it was at least filled with something benign and inanimate. Leaving his backpack on the desk next to the TV, Mike got up and walked over to the locker. Hesitating only a second, he reached out and yanked on the locker's unsecured lock. The locker door swung open and slapped back against the wall with a clang as Mike looked into the locker. His gaze met the bug eyes of a rosy-cheeked, grinning little boy. Mike yelped and immediately slammed the locker door shut again. He backed away from the locker and stared at it. His heart felt like it was detonating in his chest. What the hell was that? Mike's brain provided him with a replay of what he'd seen. He'd seen a boy. Shiny skin, too colorful face, too much white in the eyes. And most important, the boy was very, very puny. Conclusion: it wasn't a real boy. Mike rolled his eyes at his own skittishness. He breathed in and out evenly, and then he stepped forward. This time, Mike pulled the locker door open slowly. Sitting on the locker's top shelf, the boy gazed at Mike placidly. Not a boy, a doll. The doll wore a pinstriped, propeller-topped cap and held a satiny red balloon. The doll was too short to have been mistaken for a real child, unless you'd gotten yourself worked into a jump-at-your-own-shadow state of high anxiety. "I really need to calm down," Mike said. The boy doll didn't agree, but it didn't disagree either. The boy's grin, however, did make Mike feel like the doll was laughing at him. Mike looked at the doll's bulging eyes. Little worms of unease crawled up Mike's neck. He quickly reached out and turned the doll's head so its face was aimed toward the back of the locker. "There, balloon boy," Mike said. "Laugh at that." Mike dropped his gaze from the doll and inspected the rest of the locker, wanting to be sure it didn't hold any more creep-tastic toys. Thankfully, it didn't. There were only 2 other things in the locker. One was, great, a flashlight, one of the big black ones that could be used as a weapon if necessary. Mike really hoped it wouldn't be necessary. The second thing in the locker was a Freddy Fazbear-branded red security vest. Mike studied the vest for a second. Then he shrugged. "Why not?" Mike tugged the vest from its wire hanger. Mike grabbed the flashlight, gave Balloon Boy one last glance. To be honest, he wanted to make sure it was still turned toward the back of the locker, and shut the locker door. Stepping over to the desk, he set the flashlight where he'd be able to grab it quickly if the power went out again. Then he slipped on the vest. He might as well look the part. Armed now with the hefty flashlight and a determination not to be so on edge, Mike decided he'd be more comfortable if he explored his surroundings a bit. The office itself didn't feel like much of a safe haven, and so Mike wanted to know what else the building held. He decided to start with the main dining room he'd seen in the video. Mike left the office and headed back down the main hall, bypassing all the closed doors. Not because he was afraid of what was behind them. Nope, not afraid at all. Mike retraced his steps back to the lobby. As he went, he shone his flashlight every which way. He didn't see much that he hadn't noticed before, except he did see that the hallway ceiling had intercom speakers like the one in the office. He figured they were probably all over the restaurant. When Mike reached the lobby, he turned toward the archway. Then he strode through it and looked around. Although the building's power was full on, the cavernous dining area, it had to be at least 100 feet square, was still filled with puddles of black and gray and the palest of dirty yellow. Mike looked up, and he saw that the yellow came from moonlight shining through a bank of dirty skylights. Mike looked around, and he saw a light switch to the left of the archway. He took a step toward it, but then he remembered Raglan's warnings about the electrical system. He didn't want to risk plunging the entire building into pitch darkness again. So he flicked on his flashlight. As soon as Mike aimed his flashlight at the expanse in front of him, he kind of wished he hadn't turned it on. The scene was bleak. Maybe if Mike hadn't watched the video, he wouldn't have been as put off by the vacant, filthy, desolate room. Mike's mind, however, was still filled with the bright, happy scenes from the video. He'd expected to find a colorful room filled with tables. Instead, he was looking at a wasteland. Only a few tables remained, and these were covered with dust or filthy, torn tablecloths. A few toppled stacks of chairs were scattered around the room. The black and white floor was littered with debris: party hats, paper plates, napkins, empty cups. Kicking one of the cups, Mike walked toward the two stages on the opposite side of the room. One of the stages was covered with an older version of the red curtain he'd seen in the video. The velvet on the curtain now was matted, and the red was faded. Over a smaller stage to the left, a purple curtain with gold stars sagged. Mike recognized it from the poster in the hallway. He sincerely hoped the fox from the poster wasn't lurking behind the curtain. To counter the sudden melancholy the neglected and forgotten dining room had created, Mike whistled, loudly. The sound rang through the room, swirling out away from him and then returning. It reminded him of the way his words had echoed back to him in the lobby. Weird. Mike shook his head, reminding himself that he'd decided not to be spooked. He whistled again, even louder. He started to take a step forward. A loud clatter jerked Mike into full startle. He sucked in a gasp and snapped his flashlight beam toward the sound. His flashlight's rays were aimed at the curtains that covered the stage. What was back there? Was someone else here? "Hello?" Mike called out. As soon as he threw out the word, he regretted it. How many times had he laughed at a character in a movie when they called out, "Hello"? If someone was here, it probably wasn't someone up to any good. And now, Mike had announced his presence and his exact location. Brilliant. Mike kept his flashlight aimed at the curtains. They didn't move. Staying very, very still, Mike listened. He heard nothing, not even his own breathing. Mike realized he'd stopped breathing. He started again. Shining his light in a full circle, Mike decided there were way too many potential hiding spots in the room, not the least of which was behind the closed curtains. The flashlight, and the wimpy moonlight, didn't give him even close to an acceptable view of the area around him. Mike turned and strode to the light switch. Using it was worth the risk. Mike reached the switch quickly. He flipped it upward. Nothing happened. Mike flicked the switch up and down several times. Click, click, click. No light. Perfect, Mike said. The word toyed with him the same way his whistle had. Mike decided to keep his mouth closed from now on. For a second, Mike thought about retreating back to the office. But if someone was in here, wasn't it his job to find them? I'm not getting paid enough for this, Mike thought. Even so, he stepped away from the light switch. Taking a deep breath, he advanced farther into the room. Feeling vulnerable out in the middle of the room, Mike decided to hug the right wall. That wall, he noticed, was covered with children's drawings. Maybe 100 or more stick figure drawings, not unlike many of Abby's masterpieces, plastered the dining room's wall like wallpaper. Yellowed and curling, the drawings fluttered as Mike passed them. Although Mike's flashlight beam illuminated the drawings, he gave them only cursory attention. His focus was on the main stage. That was where the sound had come from. Past the drawings, Mike reached a short flight of stairs that led up to the stage. Near the steps, a hand-sized red button was on the wall. It was the button from the video. The Showtime letters above it were faded, barely legible. If Mike hadn't known what it said, he might not have been able to piece the word together. Mike aimed his flashlight at the button. He shook his head. No way in hell was he going to press that thing. Mike passed by the button. He climbed the steps up to the stage. Making sure to walk far enough in front of the curtains that he was beyond arm's reach of anything that might want to come out from behind them, Mike stepped softly over the dusty wood stage floor until he reached the middle of the stage where the two sides of the curtains met. He shone his light at the half-inch gap between them. Straightening his posture, as if a shoulders-back, soldier-like stance would prepare him for whatever he was about to face, Mike reached out and took the edge of the curtain in his left hand. The velvet was crusty beneath his fingertips. Mike pulled the curtain farther back. Leading with his flashlight, he poked his head behind the curtain. When Mike's flashlight beam landed on the first grinning, big-toothed mouth, the beam immediately jerked away. That took the light to another massive grin, and another. Stunned and awed by the size of the tooth-filled mouths he was seeing, Mike steadied his light and aimed it so it illuminated as wide a view as possible. As soon as he took in the whole scene, his awe morphed into dread. Mike immediately stepped back, still clutching the curtain in his left hand, not because he wanted to, but because his fingers had spastically clamped on the velvet material. He retreated. The curtain came with him, pulling up and away from the stage floor and opening a wider gap. Mike swept his flashlight left and right, and then he quickly shot the light away from what he was seeing. Finally dropping the curtain, Mike turned. He didn't bother to head for the stage stairs. He just leaped off the stage and started hot-footing it through the dining room. As Mike ran, his brain provided him with a recap of what he'd just seen. The huge white eyes that hovered above all the leering grins that had sent him scampering away like a bunny rabbit pursued by a hawk. The eyes. Bunny rabbit. Had Mike really seen what he'd thought he'd seen? A chill cascaded through Mike's body like a freezing waterfall. He ran faster. Mike tried to tell himself that his brain was playing tricks on him. He hadn't seen what he thought he'd seen. But he knew he was lying to himself. Just as Mike had dropped the curtain, one set of white eyes, the set that belonged to the big blue bunny, had shifted. It had watched Mike's retreat. Chapter 8. Sticking to his trusty nighttime routine was more than a little challenging for Mike, given the circumstances. A multitude of obstacles stood between Mike and the normal flow of his bedtime ritual. First, of course, there was the fact that he was at work. He hadn't been hired to sleep. But to heck with that. Who was going to know if he slept instead of watching the creepy monitors? Second, there were the contents of the building Mike was in. As much as he tried to convince himself that he hadn't seen the bluish-purple bunny move its eyes to watch him, he knew he had. If the bunny could watch him, What else could it do? What else could the other animatronics do? Mike had assumed they were powered down, but were they? Third, Mike wasn't tired. He was too freaked out to be tired. But then, that's what the pills were for. Mike pondered these and other issues for an hour or so after he returned to the office. He also watched the office door, which he'd locked. When nothing had come to get him during that hour, Mike had decided to stick to his well-established bedtime habits. But first, he dragged one of the filing cabinets, the battered one, over to the door. Looking again at the scratches on the floor, he wondered if he wasn't the first one to use the cabinet as a barricade. If so, what did the scratches mean? He didn't let himself think about it. Returning to the desk, Mike looked at the chair. Not ideal for sleeping, but if he put his head on the desk, he could make it work. Mike opened his backpack and started pulling out what he needed. Pills, check. Bottle of water, check. Cassette player, check. Dream theory, check. Alarm clock. Mike looked down at his watch. He'd decided to use his watch as his alarm clock instead of bringing his clock from home. He set his watch alarm now. Mike laid the paperback book next to the cassette player. Then he took his pill. Looking at the door one last time, Mike shifted his gaze to the wall clock opposite the desk. The hour hand was halfway between midnight and 1 a.m. Mike looked at all the monitors in turn. Parking lot, lobby, hallways, kitchen, arcade, dining room, storage rooms, back of the restaurant, front of the restaurant. All empty. All quiet. Mike put his head down on his folded arms. He closed his eyes. Besides his bed, of course, there was one piece of Mike's nightly arsenal that he hadn't brought with him. The poster. But even so, when he closed his eyes, he immediately saw the swaying pine trees. He heard the breeze, too. Drifting into unconsciousness, Mike twitched and frowned. Was that a breeze he was hearing? It didn't sound quite right. It sounded more like static than a breeze, as if he was hearing the scratchy modulation of feedback coming through a speaker. Maybe an intercom. This thought almost derailed Mike's descent into dreamland, but the pull of the pine trees' undulation was too strong. Mike ignored the crackling that marred the soothing sound of the breeze. He let the pine trees drop him into the scene that was so familiar to him. The scene, however, didn't flow smoothly in Mike's mind tonight. It came in snatches. Gyrating tree branches. Orange toy airplane flying through the air. A spray of ketchup. "How about some burger with that ketchup, hon?" Mike's dad asks. Thump. Fizz. Mike's mom's voice calls out, "Keep an eye on your brother." Frisbee whizzing. Car engine revving. 12-year-old Mike shouts, "Garrett!" Branches slapping Mike's face. Black car zooming away. Garrett's pale face in the car's back window. Mike opens his mouth to scream, and for once, the scream makes it out of his mouth. "Garrett!" Mike watches the black car disappear around a bend. Then, Mike hears children laughing. The sound comes from behind him. Confused, Mike turns. 5 children stand in the middle of the now empty road. One of them wears a paper top hat. One has a paper bib tied around his neck. One wears paper rabbit ears on her head. One holds a paper hook. The 5th child, a blonde boy with icy blue eyes, stands out in front of the other children. He has no paper props. Mike stares at the blonde boy. "Who are you?" he asks. "How did you get here?" The boy says nothing. In the periphery of Mike's vision, he sees the other children playing. For a moment, they seem strangely abstract, oversimplified. They're almost two-dimensional, like paper dolls instead of real children. As soon as Mike turns and looks at the children full on, though, the children are perfectly real. Mike shifts his gaze back to the blonde boy. As his focus transitions, he gets the same cardboard cutout impression of the kids. Quickly reorienting to look at the kids straight on, the flattened affect disappears again. Mike frowns, baffled. As bewildered as he feels, however, Mike has a little fire of exhilaration flickering in his belly. Whatever's happening is new, different than anything he's seen before. Mike steps toward the blonde boy as he gestures back over his shoulder to where the car disappeared. "Did you see that car?" Mike asks. "Did you see what happened?" The blonde boy studies Mike as if Mike is an ant invading a picnic. Mike tries again. "Did you see who took my brother?" The blonde boy smiles. Beyond him, the other children are back in 2D, like they've stepped off the page of a book. Mike looks directly at the children. They're real again. Once, twice, 3 times, Mike adjusts his gaze. Focusing, unfocusing, focusing, unfocusing, focusing, unfocusing. The children turn into flattened images and then swell back into 3D. Finally, the children abruptly scatter. All 5 of the kids run. They go in 5 different directions. Mike calls out, "Wait!" He looks from one fleeing child to the next, trying to decide which one to follow. Mike finally chooses the blonde boy, who is just starting to disappear into the woods. Mike takes off at a full sprint. Pine branches thwack at Mike's face as he strains to keep the boy in his sights. He can see flashes of blonde hair through the branches. If he can just stay with the boy until they're out of the trees. Thunk. Mike's foot hits a rock. He loses his balance and pitches forward, his body flying toward the ground. Mike opened his eyes and discovered he was pitching forward out of his chair. His body flew toward the floor. His head cracked against the hard linoleum. Moaning, Mike put a hand to his forehead. He winced when his fingers pressed against a lump near his temple. Ow! Mike pulled his hand back from the tender area. He pushed off the floor and managed to get to his knees. Just as he started to get his bearings, a shrieky beep started stabbing at the pain in his head. Mike scrambled to his feet and clumsily poked at his watch, managing to shut off the alarm. He looked at the digital numbers. It was 6 a.m. Dropping back into the office chair, Mike slowly leaned forward and hit rewind on his cassette. He picked up his paperback book and fluttered its pages absently. What had happened to his dream? Who were those kids? Mike rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He flinched when he once again encountered the bump on his forehead. Mike dropped his hands and looked around the office. It was as he'd left it before he'd gone to sleep, but something about it. Mike had never had a dream like that before. It couldn't be a coincidence that it happened when he was in this room. He thought about the dream, the kids, the top hat, the bib, the bunny ears, the hook. Had he just so weirded himself out that his fears had penetrated his dream? Or was something more going on? Mike's stomach was contracted with fear and confusion, but it also fluttered. It fluttered with excitement. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? The rising sun's beams followed Mike through the door as he stepped into his house. The beams stretched out ahead of Mike and landed on Max, who was prone on her stomach on the sofa. The TV was, predictably, on QVC. Mike, his body feeling like it was buzzing, dropped his backpack and a white bakery bag on the kitchen table. He'd been so spun up by what had happened in his dream that he'd splurged and gotten donuts from the bakery at the grocery store. Chocolate iced. their sweet scent now combined with the lingering smell of microwaved egg rolls. Mike didn't like egg rolls, but the fried smell was far better than any smells he'd encountered at the pizzeria. The pizzeria. Mike had thought the job there was going to be nothing but a pain in the butt. Who knew it would have such an effect on his dreams? Mike hadn't felt so buoyed in... Well, he wasn't sure he'd ever felt this way. At least not in 13 years. Max let out a soft snore. Mike stepped over to the TV and turned it off. Then he touched Max's shoulder, barely. Just a brush against the dark purple fabric of her blouse. She raised her head with a snort, wiped drool from her mouth, and yawned. When she spotted Mike, she quickly sat up and finger-combed her long hair. Then she wiped sleep from her eyes. Max's cheeks looked flushed. He hoped she wasn't coming down with something. She was the best, make that the most affordable, sitter he'd found for Abby. "How'd it go?" Max asked. Mike thought again about his dream. He lifted one shoulder. "It was interesting. Not the best job in the world, but I need it, as a reference. For the judge, you might try and take..." He waved a hand. "Never mind." Max nodded, then quickly looked away from Mike. Weird. He'd never seen her act so... skittish. "You want a donut?" Mike asked. "No thanks." Max's response was flat. Weird again. Max wasn't exactly Miss Bubbly, but she was usually good for some sarcasm or sass. And she always looked him in the eye. Why was she avoiding his gaze? Mike frowned. "I do intend to pay you, you know. At some point." He picked up the donut bag. "You sure you don't want a donut? Advance against your pay?" He tried a grin. Max shook her head. She didn't smile. "It's okay," she said. "I know where you live." Mike chuckled. Max didn't. Max gathered up her stuff. Mike thought her posture was off, a little hunched. Maybe she was sick. "You feel okay?" Mike asked. Max startled. Her flush deepened. "Huh? Yeah, sure. I'm fine." She wasn't fine. Something was off. Mike thought about pushing to see what was up, but he had his own stuff to think about. "See you tonight?" Mike asked. Max gave him a half nod. She looked at Mike and started to open her mouth. Then she closed it. For several long seconds, Mike and Max looked at each other. Out of the blue, and for the first time, Mike thought, Max is a pretty girl. Mike had always had too much going on to think about Max as pretty. She was just his babysitter. And now she looked like a babysitter who had something she wanted to say. Was she going to quit? Mike held his breath and waited. Finally, Max spoke. "She's a really good kid, you know," she said. Huh? That was not what Mike had expected. At all. What did Max mean by that? Mike didn't get a chance to ask. Max was already out the door. Abby's room was bright with early morning sunlight. She could feel it warming her closed eyelids. But she wasn't ready to open her eyes yet. Abby hugged Dolph close and burrowed deeper under the covers. She wanted to spend just a few more minutes with her friends. Abby could be with her friends when her eyes were open, too. But sometimes it was easier to hang out with them when she was sleeping, or when she was just going into or coming out of sleep. Abby heard Mike open her door and walk over to her bed. Not ready to talk to her brother, Abby pretended she was asleep. Abby listened to Mike walk to her bed. She concentrated on keeping her breathing slow and even. A mattress dipped as Mike lowered himself to the edge of her bed. What was he doing? Abby couldn't remember the last time Mike had sat at the edge of her bed while she was sleeping, or pretending to sleep. Tempted to open her eyes and find out what was going on, Abby decided to wait it out. She kept breathing slowly. When Mike reached out and brushed a lock of Abby's hair from her cheek, she was sure she jerked a little. But maybe she didn't, because Mike didn't seem to notice. He smoothed her hair and stayed where he was. Okay, that was enough. This was too weird. Abby opened her eyes. "Hey, Abs," Mike said. "Hey." Abby looked at her brother. Something was different about him. He didn't look as tense as usual. He almost looked happy? No, not quite, but something. Mike stood. "I need to grab a shower. Then we have to get you to school." Abby nodded. Mike ruffled Abby's hair. That was strange, too. He gave her a quick grin and left her room. Slouched in the corner of a cracked, gray vinyl booth that smelled like lemon cleaner, Maxine put her shoulder against the adjacent window. The window glass felt cool through the mud-brown top she'd put on just for this meeting at Sparky's Diner. The top felt appropriate. It looked dirty, and this meeting made Maxine feel dirty. Usually, Maxine loved the aromas of a diner, that distinctive mix of bacon and eggs and waffles and pancakes breakfast foods and burgers and fries lunch fare. She was probably one of the few people in the world who loved the smell of fry oil. Today, however, the food smells were making her feel queasy. Or, no, it was why she was here that was making her feel queasy. Ignoring the conversational buzz and glasses and dishes clinks and other clatter around her, Maxine stared out the window and watched a swelling black cloud rush toward the sad, faded octagonal building. The cloud's shape was eerily skull-like, complete with what looked like vacant eye holes and a hungry maw. The cloud had already consumed the bright sun that had dominated the morning, and now it looked like it wanted to gobble up the old, run-down, greasy spoon. A sharp elbow jabbed into Maxine's rib. She turned and frowned at her brother. "Space," she said. She didn't have to say more. Jeff understood her shorthand. He scooted a few inches away from her. Even though Jeff was 10 years older, the two of them were close. When Maxine was little, both of their parents had worked 2 jobs. Jeff had been more than a brother to Maxine. He'd been something closer to a surrogate dad, even if he was a screw-up at it. At 10, Jeff hadn't known squat about taking care of a baby. In the weeks after Maxine's mom's maternity leave had ended, Jeff had done his best. Even so, he'd lost his sister more than once, nearly drowned her, dropped her, scalded her, and fed her more candy than nutritious food. It was a wonder Maxine had survived. "Sorry," Jeff said in a tone that made it clear he wasn't. He picked up a paper-covered straw and tore off the end of the wrapper. Pulling the paper back just a half-inch, he put the straw to his lips and blew, shooting the paper wrapper at Maxine's face. It hit her in the nose. Maxine sighed and glared at Jeff. "Age?" Jeff snorted out a laugh. He elbowed Maxine again, this time on purpose. Maxine sighed once more and shook her head. Movement from the other side of the table caught her attention. She looked across the scarred pine wood table at the lump sitting on the opposite side of the booth. The man's name was Doug. Just Doug, he'd said when he'd introduced himself. Doug was supposedly a lawyer. What kind of lawyer only went by his first name? A scuzz lawyer, that's what kind. She noticed Doug was staring at her breasts as he slurped at a cup of coffee, to which she'd watched him add 4 creams and 6 packets of sugar just a few minutes before. She immediately lowered her gaze and crossed her arms over her chest. Total sleazeball, Maxine thought. what was she doing here? Maxine glanced at Jeff. He was sucking his soda noisily. She could feel his knee bouncing under the table. She knew he felt as awkward as she did, but probably for different reasons. Maxine loved her brother, and she thought he had a lot going for him. Having gotten more of their mother's looks than their father's, Jeff's hair was sandy brown, and his features were small and balanced. His features, however, didn't fit his size. At a good-sized 6'2", Jeff's body was too large for his small face. Even so, Maxine thought he was cute. He was kind, too. He had a big heart. Jeff, however, was the king of bad choices. He'd already done time twice, for relatively minor stuff, car theft, breaking and entering. He couldn't seem to hold on to a job. She really shouldn't have let him talk her into this. Or anything, for that matter. Maxine already felt terrible about what she'd done. She didn't want to do anything worse. No, she shouldn't be here. Outside, rain started tapping on the window. Maxine nudged Jeff. "Move," she said. She needed to get out of here. Before Jeff could even twitch, a clamorous crash cut through the normal diner hubbub. Maxine's head jerked to her left as she instinctively sought the source of the sound. Jeff and Doug looked in that direction, too. Doug had to swivel his thick neck to look over his shoulder. Sparky's eating area was arranged in a C shape around the kitchen, which took up about a third of the building's octagon. A squared-off counter cradled the cook's domain, from which came a constant din of sizzling, banging, and shouting, and booths lined the outer wall of the building. The door was at the end of the bottom leg of the C. The racket that had canceled out everything else in the diner was an explosion of broken dishes that apparently had fallen from a busboy's very full tray. The boy, actually a sad-looking 30-something guy going prematurely bald, was mumbling something Maxine couldn't hear as he dropped to his knees to clean up the mess. Standing over him was a petite woman with an ash blonde, no doubt from a bottle, pixie cut. Jane, Mike's aunt. Probably in defiance of the storm kicking up outside the diner, Jane wore a pale pink pantsuit with matching high heels. She looked prim and proper, but Maxine knew she wasn't. Hands on hips, Jane deliberately stomped on the broken glass beneath her feet. She narrowly avoided the busboy's fingers. Max had a feeling the miss was an accident. "No, you watch where you're going!" Jane screeched. She kicked a shard of broken glass at the busboy's shoe. The busboy glared at Jane as she flounced away from him. Jane headed directly toward the booth Maxine really didn't want to be in. She couldn't escape, though. Now that Jane was here, it was too late. Nearly everyone in the place had frozen when they'd heard the dish explosion, and now most of the diners were returning to their food. Many pairs of eyes tracked Jane's progress, though. Her diva-like dramatics were designed to put her in the limelight. She made a point to huff theatrically as she moved on. Her high heels made emphatic little tapping sounds on the diner's scuffed burgundy linoleum. Jane reached their booth and slid in next to Doug. When she didn't have enough space, she shot Doug a look, and he appeared to attempt to let some air out of the balloon of his body. He squished himself against the window. "Before anyone says anything," Jane said as she settled herself, "I have somewhere I have to be, so let's make this quick." A tall, lanky, auburn-haired teen wearing a Sparky's uniform shirt and a white half-apron tied around his waist, Maxine knew his name was Ness, he was Sparky's son, approached the table. "Hey there," Ness said. "Welcome to Sparky's." Ness lifted a hand toward Maxine and gave her a little smile. She returned the smile. "Can I start you folks off with some appetizers?" "We're not eating," Jane said. "Well, that's no fun," Ness said. He leaned toward Jane and gave her a wink. "You know what they say. Lunch is the most important meal of the day." I thought that was breakfast, Jeff said. He frowned as if thinking hard on the subject. Maxine mentally shook her head. Her brother was a sweetie, but he wasn't all that bright. Some people say that, Ness said, but it's just a theory. He grinned. Jane narrowed her eyes and looked at Ness like he was a gnat. Are you getting paid by the word? Jane asked. Or can we have a minute? Ness's grin drooped. So did the rest of his face. He shrugged and walked away from the booth. Jane curled her lip at Ness's retreating back. Her lips were painted in a color that matched her pantsuit. It wasn't a good look. Jane shifted her attention to her booth companions. Now, where were we? She asked. No one answered her. Jane skewered Maxine with her best Cruella de Vil look. Oh, right, Jane said. You were about to tell me what a miserable failure you are. Before Maxine could open her mouth to tell Jane just what to do with herself, Jeff leaned over the table. He jabbed a finger in Jane's direction. Hey, screw you, lady, Jeff said. Maxine felt a surge of love for her brother. He was sweet and kind, but he always turned into a bulldog when anyone tried to mess with Maxine. My sister went over every inch of that dump 100 times, Jeff said. If there was something to find, she would have found it. He slapped a hand on the table. Now pay up. Jane raised an eyebrow at Jeff. I'm sorry? You said 200, Jeff said. Maxine, feeling unusually meek, probably because of the guilt that had been strangling her ever since she'd agreed to do what Jane wanted done, spoke up softly. We had a deal, she told Jane. Jane tilted her head to one side and slid her gaze up and down Maxine's torso. Maxine had to keep herself from looking down to be sure she didn't have a stain or something. Yes, Jane said, finally. The deal was that you'd find me hard proof of criminal endangerment. Something actionable. Instead, all I've heard from you is about what a nice kid my niece is and how my nephew sleeps a lot. He really does, though, Maxine said. Jane banged a fist on the table. Jeff's soda glass jittered, and Doug's coffee sloshed. His discarded little creamer cups and sugar packets hopped across the table like startled frogs. Sleeping is not a crime, Jane shouted. Heads at the diner's counter and at nearby booths swiveled to stare at Jane. She clearly didn't notice, or care. Jeff ignored Jane. His gaze was on Doug. Maxine looked at the lawyer. He was red in the face, and his eyes looked like they were trying to explode out of his head. Hey, dude, Jeff said to Doug. You okay? Doug moved his mouth around as if he was trying to work up spit. I just realized, Doug said. He worked his mouth again, then cleared his throat. I probably shouldn't be hearing any of this. I probably shouldn't even be here at all. He looked around wildly, as if seeking rescue. He began scooting toward Jane, as if he could hip-scoot her out of the booth and flee. Jane raised a hand toward Doug. Stay, she commanded. Doug stayed. Maxine felt like he should get a treat or something. Jane looked from Maxine to Jeff. No one spoke. Maxine just wanted the whole thing to be over. She didn't even care if she got the money Jane had promised. She never should have agreed to search for dirt on Mike. Sure, Maxine needed the cash. She always needed cash. And yes, she was annoyed with Mike because he never bothered to look at her. Really look at her. But... Well, I guess we're done here, Jane said. Unless either of you have any bright ideas, which I do realize is unlikely. Jeff piped up. Why don't we just kill him? Maxine shot her brother a look. Was he serious? She couldn't tell. Jeff was kind, yes, but he had a comic book view of life. There were his people and everyone else. Mike was part of everyone else. In Jeff's view, Mike might have been disposable. Doug tried to shove Jane out of his way with his big, soft shoulder. He half attempted to stand in the booth. Jane immediately grabbed his tie, yanked him down, and used the flat of her hand to shove him back into place. He didn't resist her. He retreated toward the window. Jane looked at Jeff with an expression somewhat similar to approval. "Tempting," Jane said. "But no." Not thinking before opening her mouth, Maxine whispered, "His job." Jane turned toward Maxine and leaned forward. "Speak up, honey." The word honey was triple-wrapped in sarcasm. Hating herself, but apparently unable to stop herself, Maxine raised her voice and continued, "Well, Mike was saying how he really needs his new job. You know, so he can look good on paper. Like, for the judge?" Jane snorted. "My nephew, the altruist. That's all very fascinating, dear, but I'm not hearing a plan." Maxine glanced at Jeff. He returned her gaze, and he grinned. He looked back toward Jane. "We tossed the place," Jeff said. Jane raised her eyebrows, clearly surprised that Jeff had said something semi-interesting. "Go on," she said. Jeff shoved aside his soda glass and put both hands palms down on the table. "Mike's a security guard, right? His job is to make sure no one gets in. So," he looked from Jane to Maxine and back to Jane, "we get in. Mess the place up good. Help ourselves to whatever we find along the way." Jeff lifted a finger and pointed at Jane. "Your nephew gets canned. Judge gives you the kid." He hesitated, then leaned back and crossed his arms. "And you give us $2,000. Jane pulled in her chin and gave Jeff an as-if look. "It's 200, she said. Jeff shook his head. 200 was for going through his underwear drawer. We're talking about breaking and entering, destroying private property, theft. That's like 5 years minimum." "Probably more like 10, Doug inserted. Jane shot Doug a death glare. Then she tapped pink-painted nails on the booth's tabletop. The skin at the outer edges of her eyes pulled in. 1,000, Jane said. Jeff looked at Maxine. She leaned away from him, attempting to fuse with the window. Or perhaps pass right through it. She couldn't believe she was having anything to do with any of this. Still, she gave Jeff a minuscule nod. Jeff looked at Jane. "Okay," he said. Jane stood. Adjusting the hem of her pantsuit jacket, she bent forward across the booth's table. She leaned in close, just inches from Jeff's face. Maxine got a whiff of Jane's perfume. It was sharp and cutting, like it was a fusion of pepper and grapefruit. In low, menacing tones, Jane spoke. "Do it soon, and don't mess it up." Jane twisted her lips. "I mean, do mess it up." She pointed at the table. "But don't just mess this up." Jane stalked off. Doug hefted himself off the booth bench. Maxine watched Doug trail in Jane's wake. Maxine looked at her brother. Clearly confused, Jeff was looking at the spot on the table that Jane had pointed to. Maxine, fed up with everything, slapped Jeff's finger. He frowned at her, still baffled. She gave him her best moron look and sighed. Chapter 9. Thunder rattled Mike's bedroom walls. He heard heavy raindrops rat-a-tat at the window pane behind his blackout curtains. The brilliant sunlight that had ushered in the day had thrown in the towel when heavy storm clouds had descended on the town just before lunch. Since then, the day had been dark and dreary. Mike's mood had similarly changed. The surge of optimism Mike had felt at the start of the day had diminished as the day had gone on. He wanted it back. and he had a plan to reclaim it. Planting his feet wide on his bouncy mattress, 1 foot close to the edge, Mike reached up to try to untape his Nebraska poster from the ceiling over his bed. He managed to slide his fingers under one edge of the thick paper. "What are you doing?" Abby's voice came right on the heels of another clap of thunder. The combination of the boom and her unexpected appearance startled Mike. He jerked, and his foot slipped off the edge of the bed. Mike went tumbling. His fingers caught a big chunk of the poster, and he took the chunk with him to the floor. Having managed to land head and shoulders first, Mike shifted to his rump and rubbed his head. He looked toward his doorway. Abby stood just a foot inside Mike's room. Dressed in her usual overalls, today's were bright blue, she wore Mike's Freddy Fazbear security vest. Even though Mike was annoyed by the interruption and his torn poster, he had to admit that Abby looked pretty adorable in the vest. Like she was playing dress-up, something he'd never seen her do before. Mike massaged his throbbing shoulder. "Did you want something?" he asked Abby. Abby looked up at the ceiling, and Mike's gaze followed hers. The part of the poster he hadn't just ripped free dangled down toward the bed. The remaining bit read, "Pining for fun?" Mike sighed. He pointed at Abby. "All right, come on. Take that off. I need to get to work." Abby nodded. "I know. I'm coming with you." Mike grunted and stood. He pressed a hand to his temple. Another headache was coming on. It hadn't just been his collision with the floor. His mood had been spiraling downward all day. And now, even though he had a plan to retrieve the hope he'd felt earlier, he dreaded having to go back to the spooky restaurant. He wasn't up for Abby's games. "Abby, please," Mike said. He held out a hand. "Just give me the vest." Abby didn't move, so Mike walked over to her and reached for the vest. Abby stepped back. "No!" Abby shouted. Mike really wanted to scream at her. He hated when she got like this. Summoning what little patience he had available to him, which wasn't much, Mike knelt in front of Abby. He took a second to make sure that when he spoke, he wouldn't explode. Then he said, in what he hoped was a calm but firm tone, "Give me the vest now." Abby made a face. Then she mimicked him. "I'm coming with you." Mike heard the front door bang open. Even from down the hall, the sound of Max's footsteps was clear. The tap-tap was joined by a fluttery noise. Given the thrumming of the rain on the roof overhead, Mike guessed that Max was shaking out her umbrella. "Hello?" Max called out. Abby turned toward the hallway. Mike lunged for her. When Maxine heard Abby shriek, she rushed toward the hallway. Looking down the length of the narrow, empty space, Maxine started forward. Was Abby really in trouble, or was she having one of her... Abby screamed again. As she did, Mike, holding a wildly flailing Abby in his arms, stepped into view. So that question was answered. Maxine wiped rain off her face. The umbrella hadn't been much help in the windy storm, as she watched Mike carry his sister to her room. Mike set Abby down, and as she spun away from him, he grabbed the vest she was wearing and pulled it off. He quickly slammed Abby's door and locked it. Abby continued to caterwaul from within her bedroom. Most of her noise was just general wailing, but mixed in were some impressive beyond-her-age swear words and a few scathing opinions of her brother. Maxine agreed with a few of them. Panting, Mike looked down the hall and met Maxine's gaze. "Hey, Max," he said. She lifted a hand, signaling for him to stop. Mike pointed at Abby's closed door. He acted like he couldn't hear any of the insults and yowling reaching through the flimsy wood barrier. "She's all yours," Mike said. Max raised an eyebrow and quirked her lips. Great. When Mike got to work, he didn't waste his time freaking himself out by looking around the pizzeria. The lobby and hallway looked the same as they had the day before. He assumed everything else was status quo too, and if it wasn't, he didn't want to know about it. As soon as Mike entered the office and closed, and locked, the door behind him, he didn't bother with moving the filing cabinet because he felt silly for doing it the night before. He shed his wet jacket and took his backpack to the desk. Then he made his preparations. Setup didn't take long. Within 10 minutes, Mike was planting himself in the office desk chair. Once there, Mike swept his gaze over all the monitors. All the power was on as it could get, and he had a clear view of everything on the monitors, inside and out. A thundercrack assaulted the pizzeria. The building groaned, as if in protest. Mike's attention landed on the main exterior camera. He watched a river of rainwater flow out of the parking lot into the street. Satisfied that all was well with the pizzeria, Mike took his pill, turned on his cassette, and touched his paperback, as if it was a talisman. Then he leaned forward and looked at the Nebraska poster, which he'd managed to repair, shoddily, and taped to the wall opposite the desk. Mike turned up the volume on the cassette player so it could trump the sound of the thunderstorm. Chirping birds, rustling tree branches, a gurgling stream. Mike softened his gaze and allowed the pine trees, bisected diagonally by his ineptly repaired tear, to sway. As the pine needles shimmied, Mike's eyes lost their focus. His lids fluttered, then they dropped. The tear marring the pine trees was gone. They moved seamlessly in the wind, one flowing wave of gauzy green. Mike relaxed into the soothing sounds of the breeze, but he stiffened when thunder muscled its way into the breeze's swishing rhythm. The sun filtering through the trees began to flicker. Or was that the lights in the office? Part of Mike's consciousness was still aware of where he was in his waking state, but it was hanging on tenuously. Mike, determined to fall into the reality of the pine forest, blurred all the sounds he was hearing. He wove the thunder into creaking tree branches, and when he heard a crackling hiss and pop, he braided that staticky sound into the crackle of the bristling pine needles. The sun, for 1 second, bathed Mike's face in warmth and then disappeared again, letting cool shade slip over him. In and out. The light blinked. The confusion of sounds continued, and Mike frowned. What was that lower sound, off in the distance? Was that music? Mike's awareness succumbed to the fog of sleep. He found himself in a series of quick-take impressions. An orange toy plane flies through the air. Ketchup spurts. Tires spin on gravel. Mike runs. Shoving aside branches that slap at his face, Mike pounds through the forest. His movements are familiar, practiced, but something's strange about them. Bursting out of the trees, Mike looks down the road just in time to see the black car disappear. Why does the black car look different? Childish laughter bubbles behind Mike. He turns. As Mike rotates around, his gaze drops. He jerks in surprise as he realizes he's looking down at his adult body. This is different. But the children aren't. Mike looks at the 5 children. They're just as they were the last time that he saw them. Mike watches the children, but he doesn't approach them. They watch him in return. What now? Understanding clearly that he's in his dream, but that it is diverging from its norm, Mike hesitates. Then he speaks. "Please," Mike says to the children, "don't run. I just want to know what you saw." The blond boy narrows his cold blue eyes at Mike. His upper lip lifts into a semi-sneer. "I'm begging you," Mike says. "Who took my brother?" The blonde boy's expression doesn't change. The other children ignore Mike. Mike runs a hand through his hair, frustrated. Why won't the kids tell him anything? He takes a step forward. He raises his voice. "Who took Garrett?" Mike's shout spooks the children. They bolt. "No!" Mike yells. Facing the same situation that he was in before, Mike makes an instant decision this time. He chases the boy with the paper hook. Now that Mike is adult-sized, he can easily outrun the small child. The boy has reddish hair, and Mike keeps his gaze locked on that hair as he runs. Even racing over the forest's uneven ground, Mike quickly closes the distance. Almost upon the boy, Mike reaches for the kid's shoulder. The boy spins around. Suddenly, Mike sees a flash of silver. The paper hook is scything through the air. Something sharp stings at Mike's arm. He staggers back, stunned. Mike looks down at his arm. His shirt sleeve gapes open. The material is slashed apart. A narrow ribbon of red appears on Mike's skin. Shocked, Mike looks back at the red-haired boy. The boy, whose freckled face has a pert little nose and soft cheeks, looks up at Mike with staggeringly fearsome green eyes. The boy opens his mouth and unleashes a distorted mechanical shriek. Mike recoils. He opened his eyes. Mike goggled at the overhead lights. They were flashing on and off with dizzying quickness. Looking away from the lights, Mike slapped his palms over his ears because the lights were only half of the assault on his senses. Screeching feedback was blaring from the intercom on the ceiling over the desk. Mike shifted his focus to the CCTV monitors. He gaped at them. The monitors had gone haywire. Some of the screens were pulsing random flashes of colored lights. Some were streaming indecipherable lines of binary code, which were entwined around twisted, distorted images. Abruptly, a frenetic 80s rock song blasted from the overhead speakers. Mike jolted at the sound, nearly falling from his chair. Throwing out an arm to steady himself, Mike knocked his pill bottle to the floor. The cap wasn't on tight. The little white pills scattered over the black and white linoleum. Mike's gaze shot from the pills up to the intercom. He grabbed his head with both hands. "Stop!" Mike yelled, even though he knew hysterics weren't going to help. But he couldn't help himself. His senses were saturated. He was totally overwhelmed. Standing, Mike spun one way and then the other. What should he do? On the verge of totally losing it, Mike got help from his memory banks. His brain provided him an inner Raglan replay. "Fair warning," Raglan's voice said in Mike's head. "The power can be a bit screwy. If you have any issues, you'll find the system breaker in the main office. Just give it a flip." Mike stood. Starting to turn toward the circuit box, Mike did a double take. His gaze flitted toward the window and the office door. The frosted glass looked perfectly normal. Mike could see well enough through the glass to reassure himself that nothing was out there. But had it been? Mike could have sworn he'd just gotten a glimpse of one eye watching him through the glass. One eye and one eye patch. Mike shook his head. No way. He'd imagined it, probably because of his dream. The rock music crescendoed. The lights started going on and off even faster. That's enough. Giving the frosted window one more glance, nothing was there, Mike sprinted to the circuit breaker. He grabbed the lever and shoved it downward. Everything went black, and the building was filled with blessed silence. Even the thunder had stopped. The red emergency bulb above the circuit box clicked on. Mike leaned back against the wall and tried to get a grip on himself. His breath was coming in ragged gasps. His pulse was so fast that it felt like a Formula One race was being run in his veins. His ears were ringing from the raucous auditory assault. Mike stood in the near darkness for a few seconds. Then his skin prickled. The darkness was unfriendly, suffocating. Mike put his hand back on the lever. He shoved it upward. A comforting ka-chunk relit the office. Mike looked at the bank of fluorescent bulbs. They were dim, but they were steady. Stepping over to the desk, Mike looked at the monitors. They were back to normal. Mike exhaled loudly. His pulse began to steady itself, and an insistent buzzer revved up Mike's pulse again. The buzz came once, twice, 3 times. Mike leaned over and scanned the monitors. He frowned. Centered in front of the entrance camera, a uniformed police officer stood in the steady rain, finger on the building's doorbell. The thunder might have abated, but the storm was still dumping torrents of water on the pizzeria. Mike peered at the wavy CCTV feed. Between the poor resolution, the rain, and the officer's hooded poncho, Mike couldn't make out the officer's face. All he could see was pale fuzziness within the hood, even when the officer looked up at the camera and waved. Bracing himself for whatever was going to come next, Mike pulled open one of the pizzeria's heavy entrance doors. He peered out at the rain parka-clad officer. Close up, in real life instead of on an old, hazy CCTV screen, the police officer's face was clear, and it belonged to a woman. The female officer smiled at Mike. "About time," she said in a pleasing, smooth voice. "I was starting to think you fell asleep on the job." Mike, still disoriented by the commotion in the office and puzzled by why a cop was at the pizzeria's door, blinked at the woman like an idiot. He couldn't seem to get his brain to engage properly. It didn't help that the unexpected cop at the door was a very pretty cop. Even though Mike couldn't see the woman's hair or body under the bulky rain gear, he could see enough of her big blue eyes, her high flushed cheeks, and her wide upturned mouth to find her looks unsettling. Mike, having had little time or inclination to date, often got flustered when he was around a pretty woman. A pretty cop was even more muddling. But he had to say something. Mike cleared his throat and managed, "Can I help you, officer?" "Please." Pulling off her rain parka, the cop brushed a few strands of streaked blonde hair from her pale face. The hair was shiny and appeared to be long, but was currently confined in some kind of twist. "My name's Vanessa," she said as she shook water off the parka. Water sprayed Mike's pants. He couldn't have cared less. Vanessa looked at Mike. "And you must be—" Now that Mike could see Vanessa's sleek hair and the slender but curvy figure in her snug, dark blue police uniform, he was even more tongue-tied. All he was capable of was more idiotic blinking. Vanessa smiled at Mike with what might have been pity, or maybe she was being friendly. "The new security guard," she concluded. She glanced down at Mike's arm. "You're bleeding, by the way." That surprised Mike so much that he said, "What?" Vanessa pointed. "Your arm." Mike looked down at his arm, and his mouth dropped open. It fell open so hard and so wide that his jaw might have made it to the floor. Clearly remembering his dream, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sleeve of Mike's black shirt was cut cleanly along the forearm. The sliced fabric was soaked in blood. "That looks nasty," Vanessa said. Mike suddenly felt woozy. Yeah," he said. He wavered on his feet. Not from blood loss or anything. The cut was long, but it didn't look that deep. He was more dazed than badly injured. While Mike made like a swaying pine tree, Vanessa took charge. She briskly stepped past Mike and started striding across the lobby. She moved as if she owned the place. "Come on," Vanessa flung back over her shoulder. "I know where there's a first aid kit." Mike's brows bunched. She does? Chapter 10. "I love what you've done with the place," Vanessa said. Fumbling with a roll of gauze, Mike glanced over at her. She stood on the other side of the office, examining his pieced-together poster. "Why Nebraska?" she asked. When Mike didn't answer, Vanessa looked back at him. She watched him struggle to wrap the gauze around his injured arm. "Need a hand with that?" she asked. "I'm fine," Mike said. "Really?" Mike looked down at the mess he was making with the gauze that Vanessa had pulled from a kit that had been stashed in the bottom drawer of one of the filing cabinets. He was pretty sure a 2-year-old could have done a better job at wrapping his wound. He sighed. Clearly, this was not something he could do on his own. Flushing, Mike held out his arm toward Vanessa. She grinned and crossed to the desk. Perching on the edge of the desk near the VCR, she leaned over and removed the tangled mess Mike had made with the gauze. Vanessa, Mike discovered, smelled very good. Was it her perfume? Her shampoo or lotion? Whatever it was nice. A combination of something flowery, along with vanilla and apples. Vanessa began wrapping his arm efficiently. Her movements were quick and precise. Mike hoped she couldn't hear his heartbeat. It quickened when her cool, soft fingers brushed against his skin. While she worked, Vanessa started talking at a rapid-fire pace. "I'm a certified EMT, you know. I did that first before I decided I'd rather be a cop. I don't do rescue runs anymore, but if your heart ever gives out, I'm the one you want to call, assuming you can still speak, and hold a phone." Vanessa spoke so quickly that her words ran together. Mike had trouble keeping up. Her hands flew over his arm, too. She was acting almost manic. Nonplussed by pretty much everything about this unexpected cop, Mike was mostly perplexed by her familiarity with the pizzeria. So he said, "You seem to know your way around." Vanessa's fingers jittered against the bandage, which was almost complete. She spoke quickly again. "Freddy's on my beat. I like to stay well-informed." She looked up and gazed around. "I also loved this place when I was a kid." Vanessa tugged on the gauze, tightening it. Really tightening it. Mike grunted. "That should do it," Vanessa said. She patted his upper arm. Then she pushed off the desk and stood. She extended a hand. "Vanessa Shelley." She grinned. "Might as well finish our meet-cute." Mike blinked at Vanessa. She laughed. "Just kidding. But seriously." She shoved her hand forward forcefully. "Let's see if we can do this." "Vanessa Shelley," she repeated. Mike was a little reluctant to take her hand. She was such a powerhouse that he wouldn't have been surprised if he somehow lost his hand in the process of shaking hers. Mike took Vanessa's hand. She shook it twice, vigorously, as he said, "Mike Schmidt." "Pleasure to meet you, Mike," Vanessa said, squeezing his hand once before she let it go. She stepped back and looked up at the intercom before returning her gaze to Mike's face. Unnervingly speaking in a totally different tone of voice, Vanessa said, "So, are you doing all right this evening, Mike?" Gone was the breakneck, light chatter. Her tone was measured and low. All cop. Mike fidgeted as Vanessa's eyes narrowed. She seemed to be studying him with suspicion. What the hell? Not sure how to respond to the out-of-the-blue, hard right turn, Mike could only say, "What?" Vanessa's eyes narrowed even more. A muscle at her strong jawline twitched. "Are you all right?" she repeated, more slowly, as if speaking to a person with an IQ of 10. "As in, are you okay?" Are you cool? Is everything copacetic? Huh. Mike crossed his arms, ignoring the pain in his left forearm. I know what all right means, he said. Vanessa's demeanor flipped again. She smiled brightly and began speaking quickly once more. Hey, that's great. Still talking fast, she dropped the smile as she continued. Did you also know that your eyes are bloodshot and your pupils are dilated and your heart rate is through the roof? All of this is aside from the gash on your arm, which, let's be honest, is pretty dang bizarre. And you've been acting shifty and suspicious since the moment you opened the door. Did you know that too? Mike stared at Vanessa, open-mouthed. It's, Vanessa put her hands on her utility belt. The leather creaked. Yes, she said with mock tolerance. Mike sighed. What was the right way to go here? He couldn't tell her about his dream, obviously. But maybe he should be honest. To a point. It's been a really, really weird night, he said. Vanessa tapped her blunt, unpolished nails on her baton. She eyed Mike for a long, disconcerting moment. Then someone invisible flipped a switch. Vanessa's cop mode deactivated. She flashed a wide, warm smile at Mike and said, airily, Sounds like Freddy's. Mike was now totally mystified. What did she mean by that? Mike's befuddlement must have shown on his face. Vanessa let out a short laugh and waved an arm to indicate the building around them. This place, it gets to people. Vanessa leaned toward Mike. That's why you're going to quit. The light tone was gone again. She was cop serious. Mike felt like he was being spun on a merry-go-round. What? Vanessa nodded twice. Her voice returned to cheerleader sprightly. Oh, yeah. You security hires never last long here. It's like a fact. Mike had no idea what to make of that. The only thing he could think to say was, maybe I'm different. Vanessa studied Mike. Her eyes darkened, and her face went still. She looked like she'd fallen down a deep, dark rabbit hole of introspection. Then the dark Vanessa clouds cleared. The sun came back to her face. She beamed at Mike. So, have you met them yet? Met who? Them, Vanessa said. You know, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy? Mike gaped at her. Vanessa smiled at his cluelessness. She turned toward the door, then looked back at Mike and motioned for him to follow her. Come on, she said. The dining room was dim, but its lights were on. Strangely, when Vanessa had used the light switch near the archway, it had worked. Even in better light, though, the dining room was still not one of Mike's favorite places. There was something haunting about the open space, the trash, the children's drawings, and the expanse of crusty, red stage curtain. Vanessa didn't seem to be bothered by any of the things that made Mike's skin crawl. She strode confidently and purposefully toward the stage. Mike trailed behind her, hanging back enough to soothe himself, but not far enough to look like a total coward. Attempting to distract himself from his nerves, Mike called to her. So, what are the other reasons? Vanessa glanced over her shoulder. Huh? You said I'd quit my job because this place will get to me, among other reasons, he reminded her. What reasons? Vanessa stopped. They'd reached the stage, and she now stood in front of the main stage. Mike sidled away from it, ending up in front of the small purple-curtained stage. Vanessa faced Mike. She put her hands on her hips. Something flashed in her eyes. Annoyance? Challenge? You tell me, she said. Is this where you see yourself in 10 years? How about in 20 years? Look down the line. What do you see? I mean, what do I know? Maybe the benefits are great. Pension? 401k? Mike felt like he got whiplash every time Vanessa spoke. Even though the pendulum pace of his interaction with her was giving him a headache, he laughed. Vanessa smiled. Didn't think so. She cocked her head. Add to that the thing with those kids going missing. It felt like Vanessa had just kicked Mike in the solar plexus. He struggled to get his next breath. "What did you just say?" he asked. Vanessa acted like she hadn't heard the question. Walking away from Mike, she strode to the wall and stood in front of the red Showtime button. "Prepare to have your mind blown," Vanessa said. Vanessa hit the big red button. The instant she did, it felt like a dozen things happened at once. The first thing to get Mike's attention was the swish of the purple curtains. They swung apart, and Mike yelped and scuttled backward. The pirate fox animatronic was lurching forward out of the darkness. It shot to the edge of the stage, just inches from where Mike had just been standing. At the same time, the main curtains reeled open. The entire room was suddenly lit up with psychedelic color. Floodlights came on, shooting blinding streaks of colored light toward the stage. Also simultaneously, a rousing 80s rock song began thumping from the overhead speakers. Mike recognized it immediately. It was the same song he'd heard in the office when all hell was breaking loose. The deranged-looking fox that had nearly scared the pants off Mike started jerking around in a spasmodic dance. Mike was mesmerized by the convulsive motions. He especially couldn't take his eyes off the gleaming silver hook, which cut through the air over and over as the fox gyrated. When the fox looked down at Mike, or at least it seemed like the fox looked at him, Mike finally moved. He stepped over to join Vanessa, who now stood center on, at the base of the main stage. Mike looked up at the stage. And there they were, the rest of the characters Mike had seen in the posters. The yellow chick with the cupcake, the blue bunny with the electric guitar, the brown bear with the bow tie and top hat. Mike put all the names to the toothy-smiled faces. Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy. Rocking out. His gaze locked on the bopping and twirling animatronics. Mike couldn't decide whether to be entertained, repulsed, or sympathetic. The display was at once fascinating, disgusting, and sad. Maybe when they'd been in their heyday, bright and pristine in all their glory, the animatronics might have been fun to watch. Now, however, the faux fur-covered robotic animals were filthy and mottled. The fur, which was rotting, was riddled with holes, and through those holes, the metal endoskeletons beneath were rusting. Wires poked out of gaps in the fur, and the animatronics' mechanisms made chunky, glitchy, whirring noises. The Bonnie's, electric guitar was faded, battered, and bent. "This is," Mike tried. "The best thing you've ever seen in your life?" Vanessa filled in. Mike shook his head. "I was going to say deeply traumatic." Vanessa shot a look at Mike. He shrugged. Vanessa returned the shrug, and then she held out a hand. "Want to dance?" Mike stared at Vanessa's hand. Was she serious? He wasn't going to find out, because while he tried to work out the answer to her question, a burst of sparks exploded from Bonnie's guitar. At the same time, the music sputtered and screeched to a jarring stop. Red-hot and bursting with bright color, sparks spewed from the stage. As a few of the sizzling bites of heat hit the black-and-white checked dining room floor, the floodlights went out. Then the swirling lights were gone. The curtains began to close. Agog, Mike couldn't take his eyes off the suddenly rigid animatronics. His gaze went from one to the other, landing finally on Freddy. The curtains were sweeping together in front of the bear. As they did, Freddy's gaze seemed to shift. It appeared as if the bear was staring directly at Mike. The curtains finished closing. Mike shivered. Surely the animatronic couldn't have been making direct eye contact with Mike. They weren't that sentient, were they? Maybe next time, Vanessa said. Mike pulled his gaze from the closed curtains. He looked at Vanessa. She was expressionless. He couldn't read her. Vanessa headed toward the archway. Mike started to follow her, but he felt compelled to check the closed curtains again. They remained shut, but they swayed back and forth ever so slightly. Now that all the bright lights were out, the curtains were engulfed in shadows. Mike felt goosebumps on his arms. He rubbed them, and the gesture brought back what Vanessa had said earlier. Hurrying after Vanessa, who was still heading toward the lobby, Mike called out, "You said some kids went missing?" Vanessa stopped. She turned and looked at Mike. She cocked her head as if she found Mike interesting, or maybe dense. "Sure," she said. "Back in the 80s. "What happened to them?" Mike asked. Vanessa crossed her arms. "It was big news." She made a face that Mike couldn't interpret. "It's why the place shut down," she explained. Mike felt like the floor under his feet was falling away. What? Glancing at his face, Vanessa said, "Wow, you really didn't do your homework, did you?" She looked him up and down as if in mock disapproval. Or maybe her disapproval was real. She shook her head. "And you're not even wearing your badge." "Huh?" Badge? What badge? Mike was pretty sure Vanessa had seen his face arranged in expressions of totally vapid ignorance more than pretty much anyone he'd ever met before, and that was saying a lot. Raising an eyebrow at him, she motioned for him to follow her as she veered away from the arch and headed to the far side of the dining area. Skirting around an overturned table and a pile of chairs, Vanessa led him into the arcade. Their footsteps made little purring and tisking sounds as their feet scuffed over the dusty floor and kicked aside debris. The dry smell of dust mushroomed up around them. At the front edge of the arcade, a long, thick-with-dust glass counter enclosed a display of decrepit game prizes. Mounds of moldy, limp, faded plush animals lay pathetically next to clusters of cracked plastic toys and crusty Freddy's paraphernalia. Mike spotted hats and mugs and pendants and rings and figurines and posters. When they reached the counter, Vanessa went behind it and slid open a cabinet door with a tap and a whoosh. She reached into the conglomeration of wasted prizes. Mike cringed as her fingers kicked up dusty green spores and tossed aside what looked like colorful dead baby animals. He wanted to tell her to stop what she was doing. It was too disconcerting. Before Mike could speak, Vanessa pulled her hand out of the display. "Got it," she said triumphantly. She held up a red plastic tub filled with play badges. Mike took a step closer and looked at them. The plastic emblems read, "Freddy's Honorary Security." Vanessa plucked one of the badges from the tub and stepped over to Mike. Smoothing the vest that, in spite of everything that had happened tonight, he still wore, Vanessa pinned the badge to it. Vanessa patted Mike's shoulder, then she stepped back. Her gaze lifted to his face and then dropped again. "There," she said in a tone that came across as oddly resigned. "Now you're official." The words sounded tired, and her tone dropped at the end of the sentence. Vanessa seemed to be almost sad. Why? Mike opened his mouth to ask what was upsetting her, but before any words came out, the beep, beep, beep of his watch alarm cut through the moment. It acted like a thrown bucket of cold water, putting a harsh end to the night. Vanessa looked at her own watch. Mike knew it would read 6 a.m. That's what his alarm was set for. "Looks like our time is up," Vanessa said. She gave Mike a weirdly somber smile. "Come on, let's go get your stuff. I'll walk you out." The storm had finally thrown in the towel. Flat, ashen clouds lay supine over the pizzeria, as if spent and depleted. Between a narrow gap in the clouds, a hint of the day's coming sun sidled over the tops of distant trees, casting surreal golden light over the wet black sheen of the pizzeria parking lot's broken asphalt. Mike's car door was protesting its required movement with a clunking groan when an engine's drone and the swish hiss of tires rolling through shallow rain puddles turned Mike around. Vanessa's black and white cruiser rolled to a stop behind him. She lowered her window. "If you want," Vanessa called out, "I can check in from time to time. I know how lonely these nights can get." Mike kept his face neutral, but inwardly he cringed. He liked Vanessa, even though her fickle personality made his head spin. The last thing he needed, though, was her dropping in unannounced. It would totally mess up his nighttime routine. Mike realized Vanessa was watching him with a bemused quirk of the lips and a raised eyebrow. He spoke quickly. "I keep myself busy." Vanessa left her gaze on him for several long, inscrutable seconds. Then she shrugged. "Some friendly advice?" She narrowed her eyes. "Don't let this place get to you. Just do your job, and you'll be fine." Vanessa's intense stare and the hesitation before the word fine landed on Mike like a physical blow. Not a hard one, more like a warning tap, a shot across the bow. It felt like Vanessa's words were more threat than advice. Ignoring the tightening in his gut, Mike said lightly, "Sounds good." Vanessa gave Mike a friendly wave. There was that flip-flop again. Mike couldn't keep up. Then she raised her window. She looked straight ahead and drove out of the parking lot. Mike watched the cruiser's taillights for a couple seconds before getting in his car. As he started to close the car door, which let out a loud grinding sound, he thought he caught a hint of movement by the pizzeria. Mike leaned forward to look through his windshield. Unfortunately, he couldn't see much. Leaves and pine needles were stuck to the wet glass, and Mike's view of the restaurant was obscured. He hesitated as he considered whether he should get out of the car to go investigate. As quickly as Mike thought about checking out what he thought he'd seen, he dismissed the idea. The building was locked up tight. He was tired, and his arm hurt. Mike turned the ignition 4 times. Finally, the car started. He cleared the windshield with the wipers, and he looked toward the slovenly building again. It was still. Mike shrugged. His mind must have been just winding him up again. Chapter 11. Jeff watched the pathetic pile of rust lurch out of the parking lot. His heart rate, which had tripled when Mike had almost spotted him, settled back into its normal rhythm. As the junk heap on wheels chugged off down the road, Jeff pressed back against the pizzeria's warped siding. Immediately, he yelped and stepped away. He'd forgotten that paint-peeling wood was so wet. Shaking himself off, Jeff dug in his pocket and pulled out his old flip phone. He punched in a number. 1 ring. Click. After the click, all Jeff heard was silence. No, not silence. His sister's breathing came through the line, faint and uneven. "Max?" "Yeah." The word was soft but clipped off. Even with just the one word, Jeff knew Max was on edge. "It's showtime," Jeff said. "Soon as he's back, get the guys and meet me here. I think I found a way in." Max said nothing. Jeff pressed the phone closer to his ear. He couldn't even hear her breathing now. "Max?" Finally, Max repeated, "Yeah." The tone was even edgier. The one word poked at Jeff's ear like a thorn. "Time to get paid," Jeff said. Max sighed in his ear, then hung up. Maxine dropped her phone on the sofa and put her face in her hands. How had she gotten herself into this? "I'm not a bad person," Maxine muttered, muffled into her palms. Her conscience laughed at her and accused scathingly, "Then why'd you agree to spy on Mike?" Maxine shook her head. Then she felt the anger and hurt rise up, the feelings that had goaded her into betraying Mike. He deserved it, she'd told herself when she'd acquiesced to Jane's request to search Mike's house. Sure, Mike was never rude to her. He always said hello and goodbye and thank you. It wasn't like Mike ignored her. He did interact with her. But he never really saw her. If he did, he'd realize how she felt about him. Jane had caught Maxine on a bad day. The day Maxine had put on extra makeup and worn a new shirt in the hopes of catching Mike's eye. The day that Mike had looked right through her, as usual. That was why she'd agreed to do something that was so not who she was. "Yeah, but then you're the one who suggested messing up his job," her conscience prodded her. "Not exactly," she argued back. "All I said was—" Maxine's conscience snorted at her, and Maxine dropped her hands. She looked around the shabby little house and shook her head. Mike didn't deserve what she and her brother and the others were about to do. But how could she stop it now? "I'm scum," Maxine told herself. Jeff grinned when his crowbar easily snapped the old padlock. The rusted hunk of metal dropped to the concrete with a thunk, and Jeff reached out to grab the equally rusty vertical handle of the rolling steel door. The sun shone directly on the back of the pizzeria, and as its heat hit the still wet platform of the pizzeria's loading dock, steam wafted upward. The slithery mist made Jeff think of graveyard scenes in horror movies. He shivered and immediately shook off the sensation, annoyed with himself. Putting on a swagger of confidence he was starting to lose, Jeff turned and faced the men leaning against his old green pickup truck. Hank, heavy-set with long, graying, sandy brown hair and a scruffy goatee to match, was lounging against the truck's chrome grille, his thick forearms crossed over a large belly. Hank's downturned, pale blue eyes studied Jeff like he couldn't decide whether to laugh at Jeff or kill him. Jeff had always been a little afraid of Hank, even more so today. Hank had an old wooden baseball bat resting on his beefy shoulder, and the way he twirled the bat was more than a little off-putting. Jeff shifted his gaze to Carl, Hank's son. Even though Jeff had known Carl for several years, they'd done time together, both as juvies and adults. Jeff had to admit Carl intimidated him too. Dark-haired, Carl's eyes had the same downward tilt as his dad's, but Carl's eyes were spaced wider apart, and they were brown, like his mother's. Something about the way Carl's eyes squinted at the world, and the way his thin lips were usually pressed into a snarky smile, made Jeff perpetually nervous around Carl. Like Hank, Carl had a goatee, but his was much sparser than his dad's. That, Jeff thought, made Carl seem even more dangerous. Right now, for instance, Carl was toying with the 6-cell flashlight he had tucked into his belt as he threw menacing glances at Max's German shepherd, Bonesy. Jeff thought that if Carl had been carrying a gun, he'd probably have shot the dog. Jeff would never shoot a dog, especially Max's dog. But the dog was being a pain. He was barking his head off like he was announcing a coming apocalypse. Bonesy was in the pickup's cab, and Max was standing by the driver's side door. Her face was pale, and her lips were pressed tightly together. Hank saw the direction of his son's gaze and turned to look at the spun-up dog. Bonesy was really going for it. Froth was building up at his jowls as he barked and growled. "Dog's gonna be a problem," Hank said in his deep, scratchy voice. Carl kept eyeing Bonesy. "Yep," Carl said. His voice was higher-pitched than his dad's, but it had a coarse tone. Hank spun the bat again, and then lazily glanced around at the nearby trees and the vacant expanse of asphalt behind the pizzeria. "That's a whole lot of noise," he said. "Sure is," Carl agreed. Hank pushed off the truck's grill and stepped to the open driver's side window. He looked at Max. "Told you not to bring that dog," he said. His tone was more than a little threatening, but it didn't seem to faze Max. Max lifted her chin and glared at Hank. Jeff knew that Max wasn't afraid of Hank or Carl. She'd known them, and Hank's wife, Darlene, since Max was a little kid, because they were neighbors. She thought of Hank and Darlene as an aunt and uncle, she'd told Jeff. She tried not to think about Carl at all. She put up with him. She didn't like him. Hank shifted the bat. Carl stepped up next to his dad. He gave Max what Jeff thought was awfully close to a creepy leer. Jeff needed to get things under control. Stepping away from the now open loading dock door, Jeff took 3 long strides to reach the pickup. He pointed at Bonesy and shouted at Max, "Shut him up! Now!" He lifted his crowbar. "Or I will," he said as severely as he could. Max lifted an eyebrow at her brother, but she reached into the pickup and put her hand on Bonesy's shoulder. She leaned through the window and began speaking soothingly to the dog. Jeff couldn't make out her words. Whatever Max said worked. Bonesy's barks subsided into a deep rumble at the back of his throat. Jeff quickly turned to Hank and Carl. Reaching into the bed of the truck, Jeff grabbed a large army green canvas duffel bag. "Come on," he said as if he was the boss. Jeff wasn't sure he was the boss of anything. Yeah, this had been his idea, and he'd been the one to ask Hank and Carl for help. But now that they were getting ready to head inside, Jeff was feeling like he wasn't as in charge as he wanted to be. Jeff motioned for the other men to follow him as he headed back to the open loading dock door. As he went, he saw Max getting into the pickup's cab. Maxine watched her brother lead Hank and his idiot son into the old pizzeria. "Or I will," she whispered, mimicking Jeff's voice. Maxine knew Jeff would never hurt Bonesy or any other animal. He was just posturing for Hank and Carl. Still, the words had stung. Maxine wrapped an arm around Bonesy's neck. She stroked his black and butterscotch fur in long, smooth motions. "There you go, boy," Maxine said. "It's all right. Shh." Bonesy's grumbling rumble subsided into a high-pitched whine. He began to pant heavily, and his whole body trembled. He turned and gave Maxine several agitated licks before looking back toward the pizzeria. When the dog's gaze settled on the old building, his trembling intensified, and his whines turned into whimpers. Picking up on her dog's obvious fear, Maxine's mouth went dry. Her stomach was as tight as a drum, and it felt like her intestines were clutching in rhythm to her heart's driving beat. She peered through the pickup's windshield and looked at the obscured area beyond the loading dock door. She pulled Bonesy closer. Jeff had thought that getting past the loading dock door was going to be the open sesame he needed to access the rest of the pizzeria. However, the loading dock, he discovered, was separated from the rest of the restaurant by a locked metal door. Not wanting to fail at what had been his idea, Jeff ran at the door and gave it a strong kick. The kick came more from desperation than confidence, but, to Jeff's surprise, it worked. The lock cracked, and the door snapped off its hinges. Flying backward, the door landed with a reverberating wham. Jeff exhaled in relief and looked at Hank and Carl nonchalantly, as if he'd totally known he had the strength to knock down the door. Moving forward with a "yeah, I'm the man" strut, Jeff stepped through the doorway and found himself in a shadowy kitchen lit by only a couple of dim fluorescent bulbs. The faint light only sort of revealed the kitchen's expanse, but it did a fine job of spotlighting the hundreds of cobwebs networked through the dusty space. Hank and Carl looked around, both starting to heft their weapons of choice. Jeff spoke up. "Let's go check out what we have to work with before we start," he suggested. Neither Hank nor Carl argued with Jeff, so he led them out of the kitchen. Stepping into a long, dark hallway, Jeff shook off the heebie-jeebies that had started on the loading dock. For the next 10 minutes, Jeff and his henchmen meandered through the empty restaurant. "This is going to be a gas," Carl said, as they did a quick, eager tour of the place. After one circuit through the pizzeria, they returned to the huge wreck of a dining room. Standing just inside the archway that separated the dining room from the deserted lobby, the men exchanged grins. "Okay," Jeff said. "Let's be quick, but thorough. Maximum damage. Minimum time." Hank and Carl exchanged a glance. Then they nodded. "Anything that looks valuable?" Jeff said. "Grab it. We'll settle up when we're done. Good?" Hank and Carl nodded again in unison, one lift and one drop of their goateed chins. Jeff, suddenly feeling more excitement than fear, let out a whoop. He brandished his crowbar like a berserker about to head into battle. This might have been inspired by the Vikings movie he'd seen the night before, but whatever. He was fired up and ready to go. "Let's get to it," Jeff shouted. The three men exchanged fist bumps, then charged into action. Jeff and Carl ran into the dining room. Hank turned and strode into the lobby. After a couple steps, Jeff's and Carl's paths diverged. Carl marched straight across the dining room, aiming at the curtain-covered stage. Jeff veered left, heading to the arcade. Angling toward the games area at a full run, Jeff was raising and getting ready to swing his crowbar as he got to the glass cabinetry of the prize counter. Jeff yelled, "Yee-haw!" His berserker energy exploded into a frenzy as he brought down the crowbar on the dingy expanse of glass. A satisfying crack and crash preceded a rain-like tinkling of glass that showered down onto the black and white floor. Jeff grinned and raised his crowbar again. Striking the glass over and over, Jeff quickly obliterated the prize cabinet. He pulverized the glass into sparkling fragments that twinkled in the rays of sparse light that illuminated the arcade. Tromping over the nearly vaporized glass, grinding his heel against any large shards he saw, Jeff tore into the arcade and began thrashing every game console he encountered. Pinball machine glass disintegrated the same way the prize counter did. Plastic bumpers and flippers cracked. Wood cabinets splintered. The other arcade games succumbed in similar ways as Jeff's crowbar chewed through them. Jeff's brain had gone into hibernation as he gave in to the fury of striking and pounding on the machines. Exhilarating beyond belief, the demolition charged Jeff up and gave him the strength to swing the crowbar over and over and over. Sweat poured off his face, and his breath came in jerky heaves, but he didn't care. He was having the time of his life. Hank was boogieing to music only he could hear. The drumbeat of a jazz rock song was thumping in his head, and he was matching his moves to its rhythm. Lunging left and right, cross-stepping, spinning, and hip-wiggling, Hank was dancing his way past all the glass-framed posters in the front hallway. As he went, Hank was shattering the fragile expanses, hopping fluidly out of the way as jagged fragments flew toward him. In spite of his size, Hank thought he was pretty darn graceful in his ability to avoid the flying shards. Hank danced his way down the hall and back, crushing glass and battering frames. He was having a blast. Back in the lobby, Hank took care of the posters there, too. Then, full on in his groove and not wanting to stop the boogie mode that had overtaken him, Hank started on the walls, wielding his bat as nimbly as one of those baton twirlers who pranced around in front of marching bands. His trusty bat punched gaping holes in the lobby's drywall. Clouds of dust exploded out from the walls. Hank figured he was probably turning white, but he didn't care. He was having too much fun. Carl hopped onto the stage and grinned at the closed curtains. Having been told about Freddy's Pizzeria, Carl knew what was probably behind the curtains. He couldn't wait to start his annihilation. Twirling his flashlight like he was spinning a parade rifle in a drill line, Carl affected a cocky saunter as he stepped toward the gap in the curtains. Lifting the large flashlight with his left hand, poised to strike, Carl stuck his head between the curtains. Smirking, he called out, "Honey, I'm home." Carl gazed into the darkened expanse. His brash grin faded. Frowning, his flashlight wavered. He used his right hand to pull back the curtains so more of the dining room's weak light could brighten the backstage area. He looked left and right. "Huh," Carl said. The old crusty Freddy's characters he'd expected to find waiting to be beaten into smithereens weren't there. The backstage was empty. Carl stepped forward and let the curtains close behind him. He felt like he was walking into the choking smoke of a dense fire. He could see little more than the faintest shapes around him, and the air felt thick and weird. It kind of smelled like, well, kind of like the smell that had come from under his family's house when the rats he'd poisoned had died and started decomposing. Carl looked around, half-heartedly seeking something to destroy. He thought there might be costumes he could shred or props he could wreck. But Carl didn't try very hard to find something to bash with his flashlight. He was losing interest in the backstage area. Yeah, sure, that was it. The problem wasn't that Carl was starting to feel spooked. Carl was feeling very strange. Even though his life, as an uninterested underling to his mechanic dad during the day and a rabid sports fan after hours, left little room for intuition, his gut was telling him that something was wrong here. Something felt off. Carl quickly scurried back through the curtains. He jumped off the stage. Surveying the empty dining room, Carl listened to the sounds of cracking and crashing and clattering coming from the arcade and the front hallway. The sounds settled him. Even better, they gave him back his pluck. His smirk returned, and he turned to face the stage. Laughing at himself for letting the backstage get to him, Carl was tempted to thumb his nose at the stage curtains, which were still swaying slightly from his movement through them. Then he got a better idea. Carl's parents had never instilled in him the idea that he was anything other than a disappointment who wouldn't amount to much. As a result, Carl had been walking around for years with a frustrated ball of "I hate you" in his stomach. It wasn't like he hid his disdain for the world. He flung around plenty of grousing and sarcasm. But Carl had never fully expressed the depths of his scorn. Now he was going to. Tucking his flashlight in his belt, Carl started whistling as he unzipped his fly. "Place smells like a sewer," Carl muttered. "So..." Carl planted his feet at the base of the stage. "Fire in the hole," he said. Jeff cackled in giddy elation as he looked down at a font of quarters erupting into the air. Tinging and trilling and churring, the coins scattered over the black and white squares on the floor. When they hit the dirty checkerboard, the coins spun and rolled and hopped. "That's what I'm talking about," Jeff said. He looked down at the coins and started to bend over to gather them, but then his gaze landed on the next machine's locked coin box. One more, he thought. He stepped to the next machine and used his crowbar to pry open the vault. It gave way as easily as the last one had, and another waterfall of change gushed out over the floor. This time, Jeff couldn't help himself. He dropped to his knees, and he grabbed a handful of glittering bounty. "Yes!" he shouted as he raised his fist and savored the feel of the coin's rough, round edges. Yeah, they were just quarters, not gold doubloons, but Jeff still felt like an adventurer unearthing treasure. The last time he'd been this jubilant was when he'd hit a modest jackpot with the quarter slots at a casino in Vegas. Then his haul hadn't been all that great, but the sounds of the dings and hoots and cascading coins had given him a rush. He felt that same rush now. Jumping to his feet, Jeff shot toward the next machine in line. He raised his crowbar. After expressing his opinion of Freddy's, and the world in general, Carl had moved on to the kitchen. There he found plenty of things to beat up on. Carl hooted as mountains of red plates and saucers shot forward out of the stainless steel shelving unit he'd just knocked over. The dinnerware exploded out over the floor, and Carl hopped up and down on the broken pieces, his heavy boots grinding into the crockery's sand-like bits. "Yeah!" Carl shouted. He turned toward the expanse of stainless steel cabinets on the opposite wall. Anticipating more ruinous fun, Carl threw open one of the cabinet doors. The shelves behind the door were empty. Carl let out an involuntary sigh. His bubble burst. Shrugging, Carl slammed the cabinet door. "Whatever," Carl muttered. He moved on to the next cabinet. Flinging its door open, fully prepared to dump more fragile porcelain, or whatever it was, Carl's shoulders slumped when he once again found empty shelves. Angered, Carl tried the next door, and the next. Empty. Empty. Carl tried one more. The last cabinet wasn't empty. A small, painted plastic and metal cupcake sat on the cabinet's bottom shelf. Bright pink, with googly eyes and two big white teeth, the cupcake, sporting one upright candle, was centered on a small white plate. Carl frowned. "What the—" Hank ambled into the dining room, whistling along with the music in his head. Ever since he'd started pounding on the drywall, Hank had been hearing the frenetic notes of the Toreador song from Carmen. Hank loved that music. It always made him feel like a winner when he heard it, and it had become sort of his personal theme song. Hank twirled his bat as he rambled past a collapsed stack of bent and dirty chairs. His whistling got louder, and he directed the music with his free hand. The urge to dance returned as Hank looked for something else to destroy. A clatter came from the arcade, and he looked that way, tempted to join Jeff. Hank, however, didn't want to step on the kid's toes. Jeff tried to act tough, but Hank knew the guy was a closet pussycat. Hank also knew Jeff was afraid of him. Hank thought that was a hoot, and he played into it as much as possible. But today, he'd decided to let Jeff feel like he was the leader. Nah, Hank could find something else to play with. Maybe the kitchen, Hank thought. He started meandering in that direction, using his bat to destroy as much furniture as he could along the way. The kitchen, although not by any means bright, was lit up enough that Carl hadn't needed his flashlight to see. The cupcake nestled in a misshapen patch of darkness under the shelf above it, however, required more illumination. What was that thing? Carl lifted his flashlight and aimed its beam at the bulging white eyes nestled in hot pink. The ants crawling on the skin feeling he'd gotten backstage returned. The cupcake was just plain wrong. The way its gaze appeared to be locked on Carl made him want to... The cupcake blinked. Carl yelped. Before he could decide what to do about the animated mini cake, a resounding clang came from behind him. Carl spun around. Not sure what to expect when he turned, but totally pent up and ready for, well, anything. Carl was relieved when he saw no movement except the back-and-forth motion of two large copper pots hanging from a stainless steel rack above the heavy-duty restaurant range. Carl rolled his eyes at his overreaction and reversed direction to return his attention to the weird little cupcake. He once again aimed his flashlight at the cupcake was gone. Carl sucked in his breath as he stared at the uneven light jittering out in front of his flashlight. His gaze backed up to his hand. It was shaking. Well, hell yeah, it was shaking. Where did the cupcake go? His eyes as wide open as he could get them, Carl slowly rotated, clutching his flashlight as he swept the area around him with its beam. The wobbly ray of light cut through the kitchen's splotchy grayness and landed on... Carl's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd found the cupcake. And that wasn't all. The pink cupcake and its plate were now being held in a massive, yellow-furred hand. Carl's flashlight beam waggled as it rose upward from the cupcake. When the light encountered the moth-holed, dingy yellow face of a massive chick with a huge mouthful of bared teeth, Carl only had a second to feel a surge of shock before the psychotic-looking bird lunged at him. Chapter 12. Just a couple steps from the service door that separated the kitchen from the back hallway, Hank was readying his bat when he heard a shriek that stopped him in his tracks. The shriek was so loud it felt like it radiated right through Hank's skin and drilled into his veins, congealing the blood that was trying to flow through them. The sound very clearly came from the other side of the door Hank was approaching. His whole body was quivering in response to the chilling sound. The shriek had been so piercing that it hadn't sounded human. But if the shriek was human, it had to have come from his son. Hank stepped forward and cautiously peered through the round window set in the service door. Tense, ready to react, and hanging back a couple feet from the door, Hank looked through the dirty glass. Because the kitchen's lights were so lame, Hank couldn't see much of anything through the glass. He had to get closer. The Toreador song having come to a screeching stop, and the tinkling sounds in the arcade having ended a few minutes before, Hank shook off the sudden grim silence that pressed in around him. He put his face up to the door's glass. The silence gave way to another crescendo of noise. This time, screams intertwined with heavy gasps and a clamorous chaos of taps and clangs and thunks. Hank's gaze looked toward the sounds, and he saw... Hank let out a mewl of surprise and horror. His breath, caught half in and half out, threatened to choke him. Hank gawped at the prone body of his son. Starting at Carl's flopping feet and moving up to his writhing body, Hank's gaze landed on something that just couldn't be possible. But it was. A small, bright pink cupcake with a toothy mouth was chewing its way through Carl's face, or what was left of it. "Carl," Hank breathed. The truth was, Carl no longer had a face. The cupcake was burrowed halfway into Carl's head. The bone structure of Carl's face was obliterated. And the cupcake was still going. Too stunned to even begin to process what he was seeing, Hank yanked his gaze upward. It tracked along strips of fuzzy yellow and orange material clinging to exposed metal. It ran over the bulge of more fuzzy yellow, past a dirty bib with the words, "Let's eat," and it landed on an open orange beak revealing 2 rows of vicious-looking teeth. Above the teeth and the beak, irradiant white eyes were staring directly back at Hank. Hank screamed. Once he'd emptied all the coin vaults of their booty, Jeff had filled his duffel bag with his loot and slung it over his shoulder. Straining, happily, Jeff had headed toward the front of the restaurant. Jeff had seen Hank heading toward the back hallway. He didn't know where Carl was, and at that moment he hadn't cared. He was in search of more spoils. Doing a quick exploration of the front hallway, poking his head briefly behind each of the closed doors, Jeff had found the security office at the end of the hall. When he'd spotted the old security camera equipment, he knew he could do some real damage in that room. Jeff had smiled wildly as he stepped into the unlit room. Its only light came from the security monitors. Eager to lay waste to the equipment, Jeff hadn't bothered swiping at the light switch. He'd dropped his duffel bag on the floor. It had landed with a satisfying rush of clinks and a few tinkles as a handful of coins escaped from the canvas carrier. Jeff had started toward the desk that held the monitors. He'd raised his crowbar in preparation for some more body-buzzing vandalism. Stepping behind the desk, Jeff had taken aim at the monitors. And that was when he heard the screams. It started with a screech that didn't even sound like it had come from a person's mouth. A stretch of silence, and then another set of screams. More silence. Then one long, drawn-out scream. Instead of laying waste to them with his crowbar, Jeff looked at the monitors. His gaze whipped from one to the next. The last long scream had been deep and uneven. Jeff was sure it had come from Hank. Hank? Jeff leaned forward and looked at the monitors. He scanned all the interior views. There. On the dining room camera feed, Hank could be seen sprinting through the wide-open space. He was running flat out, as if being chased by a whole horde of ghouls. Rapt, Jeff watched until Hank disappeared from the dining room feed. Jeff's gaze shifted to the adjoining monitor, and sure enough, there was Hank pounding down the main hallway. He was coming toward the office. But wait. On the monitor, Hank stopped and looked back over his shoulder. His movements were spasmodic. He was clearly scared out of his mind. As Jeff continued watching the monitor, Hank flung open one of the doors that lined the hall, one about midway down. Hank dashed through the door and disappeared from view. Jeff frowned and looked at the other monitors. None of them provided a view of what was behind the door Hank had gone through. It was a supply closet. Jeff knew this from his cursory check of the area. "What the hell are you doing?" Jeff asked a Hank who couldn't see or hear him. When he'd broken out all the poster frame glass, Hank hadn't thought to destroy the frosted glass set into all the doors. He wasn't sure why he hadn't, but now he was glad he had left the doors alone. Hank was hoping this one was going to prevent him from having his face eaten, or something worse. Hank wasn't sure what kind of enclosure he was in. A closet? A room? The most weensy bit of light from the hallway seeped through the frosted glass in the door, and that light revealed little more than the doorframe and the doorknob. Everything else around Hank was so black that it was like the void of light had mass and substance. It felt like that mass was crowding in around Hank, attempting to wrap him in a less-than-friendly hug. The sounds of Hank's wheezing breaths filled the darkness. He could smell the reek of his own sweat and the stink of his breath. It smelled like the stale coffee he'd swilled before coming to the pizzeria. Outside the door, a shout reached down the hall. "Hank!" It was Jeff's voice, and the guy didn't sound particularly scared. His voice was laced with more curiosity than fear. Hank exhaled in relief. If Jeff was coming down the hall calling Hank's name, the big yellow bird thing couldn't have been nearby. Jeff wasn't the sharpest tool in the toolbox, but he wasn't stupid enough to be calling out like that if he was facing a threat. "Jeff!" Hank shouted. "Hank!" Jeff responded. "What are you doing?" His voice was a little faint. He was still a ways down the hall. A force of 2 was better than a force of 1. Together, they could get out of the building. Hank grabbed the doorknob. He tried to turn it. It wouldn't budge. Hank jiggled the knob. Forcefully. It held fast. He threw his considerable bulk against the door. It held up to his weight. No longer thinking about Jeff, or anything else, Hank was now single-mindedly intent on getting out of the room he was stuck in. He tried battering the door with his body again, but that got him nothing but a sore shoulder. Hank turned and looked into the outer space-like vacuum behind him. He quailed and turned back to the door. He began swiping at the wall with the flat of his hand. "Come on," Hank muttered. There had to be a light switch, but there wasn't. Hank's groping hands found nothing but rough wall. Even when he stepped to the right and the left, a telltale jingling came from above Hank's head. Not a switch, he thought. A pull cord. Hank reached up and felt around. His hand encountered the end of a heavy string. He grasped it and pulled. Nothing. "Come on, you stupid," Hank began as he yanked again. This time the cord did its job. A single, bare light bulb came on. Hank blew out a pent-up breath. "Yeah," he said. Now all he had to do was find something in the room that could break the door's knob or its glass. Hank turned and looked right into a pair of glowing eyes. These eyes didn't belong to the ugly, lethal-looking chick, but they didn't belong to anything cuddly either. Hank was looking up into another tooth-filled face. This face, topped by two bent rabbit ears, was missing most of its fur. Its bright white eyes were surrounded by a mass of metal and exposed wires. Hank screamed yet again. Just a few feet from the closet Hank's calls had come from, Jeff, who was walking slowly, lugging the heavy duffel bag, froze when he heard Hank's scream. Jeff looked toward the door. The first scream was followed by a second one, then a third. The sounds of whipping and crunching, which wrapped around the screams like devouring serpents, reached out from behind the door. The door rattled, then smack. A silhouetted hand hit the door's frosted glass. Jeff's breathing caught in his throat when he watched the hand leave an opaque smear across the glass. The smear streaked downward above the hand, and the hand dropped from view. Hank wasn't screaming anymore, Jeff realized. When the hand disappeared from the glass, all Jeff could hear was a faint gurgle. Then silence. Jeff's crowbar slipped from his hand. It hit the linoleum with a clang that rebounded down the hall and then seemed to boomerang back to Jeff. His gaze still riveted on the door, Jeff adjusted the duffel bag strap that cut into his shoulder. It felt like the bag was getting heavier by the minute. Jeff took a tentative step toward the closed door. "Hank?" he whispered. Jeff wasn't sure why he said Hank's name. He didn't know what had happened to Hank, but he knew it wasn't good. Still, maybe Hank was injured and needed help. Jeff shuffled forward another half step, but he stopped when the door shimmied ever so slightly. Jeff locked his gaze on the door. He looked back down the hallway toward the office. Should he retreat and lock himself in that room? He looked on down the hall. Should he make a run for it? Head for the main doors? Jeff's brain was chained by the blood-engorged veins that pulsed madly in tune with his heart's clacketing pace. He couldn't think. The door began to open. Inch by excruciating inch, more and more mysterious murk was revealed. "Hank?" Jeff asked. Hank did not appear, but something else did. Jeff felt like the floor beneath him turned into the yawing deck of a boat caught in a hurricane when he saw what was stepping out into the hallway. Reality folded in on itself. Jeff was looking at the oversized, dilapidated mass of a robotic bunny? Jeff tried to process the torn and dirty fur, the exposed metal beneath it, and the blue, bent ears. And as Jeff looked at the bunny, it turned toward him. The bunny had blazing white eyes set in the exposed metal of a ravaged face, dominated by an impossibly wide mass of horrible teeth. Those eyes were looking right at Jeff. Jeff's brain, overcome as it was, managed to get a message to Jeff's feet. "Run," his brain commanded. Jeff spun around and shot like a rocket down the hall, back toward the office. The heavy duffel bag slammed against Jeff's hip over and over as he ran. The pounding hurt, and yet Jeff couldn't bring himself to drop the bag. He kept lugging it with him as he galloped down the hall. He could hear the tinkling clink of coins hitting the floor behind him, but even that didn't discourage him from hanging on to the bag. He clutched it even as he rushed into the office and slammed the door behind him. Jeff fumbled with the door lock, eventually clicking it into place. He stared at the door as he finally dropped the duffel bag. More coins spilled over the floor with a clatter. Jeff didn't care. Looking wildly around him, Jeff spotted the landline phone on the shelf behind the desk. He dashed over to it and snatched up the receiver. He immediately started punching in 911 as he put the phone to his... Jeff pulled the phone from his ear. He winced and stared at the receiver. A nightmarish clamor of children's laughter was blasting from the phone. The laughter was high-pitched and frenzied. Jeff dropped the receiver back into its cradle. He looked over at the door. It was still closed, and Jeff couldn't see anything through the glass. He turned his attention to the CCTV monitors. His gaze immediately landing on the exterior feed that was focused on the back of the building, Jeff saw his truck still sitting next to the loading dock. Max remained in the cab with Bonesy. For an instant, Jeff's heart rate slowed. That truck was safety. All he had to do was get to... Movement on another monitor caught Jeff's attention. He looked at it. Glaring directly back at Jeff, or rather at the camera that fed this monitor, were the blue bunny and a yellow chick with a sharp yellow beak. Although the chick's face was in better shape than the rabbit's, it didn't look any less threatening. Both the chick and the bunny continued to study the camera. Jeff could feel them looking past the lens, down the wires, directly at him. He took a step back from the monitors. At the same time, the chick on the monitor moved. Jeff stepped forward again, leaning in to see the monitor more clearly. Jeff watched the chick bend over and crouch down. It was right in front of a vent cover low down on the wall. Jeff felt his brows bunch as he tried to figure out what the chick was. The chick wrenched the vent cover off the wall. Then she held a plate out in front of her. Jeff blinked. He hadn't even noticed the plate until a bright pink cupcake with buck teeth hopped off the plate and disappeared into the now open vent. "What in the..." Jeff began. Metallic banging and clanging resounded through the building. It was muffled and distant, but it stretched out and reached, like fingers, into the office. Jeff looked at the walls around him. The sound was coming from within them. He returned his attention to the monitors, urging his brain to help him out. What was going... Jeff looked at the walls again as the banging continued. And then he got it. "No," Jeff said. The banging began getting louder. The cupcake was moving fast. Jeff stepped away from the desk and quickly scanned the room, his gaze going left and right, up and down. Was there a... His gaze landed on a vent cover on the wall. Jeff stared at it as the banging's volume went up another couple notches. Getting close, Jeff thought. He immediately dropped to his knees. He ducked under the credenza and looked at the vent cover. He had to find a way to block... A noisy, clinking bang. Jeff spotted bright pink on the other side of the vent cover. Instantaneously, Jeff braced himself against the slatted metal. It thrashed against his shoulder. Jeff yelped and looked down between the slats. He could see a fury of bright pink through the dark gray openings. The office's fluorescent bulbs caught the white of gnashing, razor-sharp teeth snapping viciously at the slatted metal. Jeff hiccuped several panicked breaths. Trying to brace his rubber-soled hiking boots against the dusty linoleum, Jeff attempted to press harder against the vent cover. The dust, however, created a surface as slick as ice, and Jeff's feet slipped away from him. The teeth against the metal slats sounded like metal meeting a power saw. The high, tinny sound was drilling into Jeff's eardrums. Whimpering, he tried to replant his feet, but they once again slid across the floor. The vent cover shuddered, and a corner of it popped loose from the wall. Jeff wailed. He squeezed his eyes shut and shifted his shoulder to press against the loose edge. Another clamorous slam and silence. His breathing still ragged, his pulse pounding. Jeff opened one eye and looked through the slats. He saw nothing. Jeff tilted his head and looked hard into the air shaft's gloom.